Good morning, members of the committee. Thank you all for being here this morning to participate in this hearing of the Public Accounts Committee. It is our custom to begin with a prayer, and I've asked the Honourable McKeever Bush if he would lead us in that prayer this morning.
Let's pray then. Dear Lord and Master of us all, we pause now to acknowledge that you are indeed Lord of all. And we pause to give thanks for your many, many mercies to us, your children. So we ask now that you will bless and guide our deliberations here. Keep safe our families wherever they are. Protect and guide all our leaders. And for all these, we say amen and amen.
Thank you, sir. Members of the committee, I'd like to once again welcome everyone from the Auditor General's office, as well as the Ministry of Finance and members of the committee. We have 5 of the 6 members of the committee here this morning, so we are quorate. But I'd like to acknowledge, too, the presence of Mr. McKeever Bush and Mr. Bernie Bush, who are both here, I think, attending the first hearing since they were appointed members of this committee. So as a committee, we are quorate, but we have had apologies from the Honourable Heather Bodden, who I understand is off island and will be returning home tomorrow. I would like to welcome as well the Ms. Angela Cullen, who is the Deputy Auditor General and is standing in this morning for the Auditor General, Mrs. Sue Winspear, who is off island and receiving medical attention. And we continue to hold her up and wish her well in her medical treatments as well, and acknowledge that she is off island at this time. Ms. Cullen is also accompanied by Mr. Kevin Bradfield, who was the audit project leader on this engagement that we are examining this morning. And so at this time, I would like to invite the Acting Auditor General to introduce the report that we will be examining.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, officials from the Ministry of Finance and the listening public. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to make some opening remarks. And again, I would like to send apologies from the Auditor General, who is sorry that she can't be here with us today. We are considering our report, Efficiency and Effectiveness of Cayman Airways Limited, that the Office published in March this year. The audit covered 4 main areas: strategic direction and governance, financial performance, workforce planning and management, and non-financial performance. Before I move on to those areas, firstly I'd like to note that Cayman Airways Limited, I will refer to it as CAL from now on, plays an important role. CAL provides essential inter-island connectivity and contributes around $200 million to the economy each year.
Auditor, can I ask you to speak a little closer into the mic?
Sure. I'll now briefly summarise our findings in each of the 4 areas. Is that better, sir? Yeah, thank you. Okay. I'll start with financial performance, and there are 3 issues I'd like to highlight here: CAL's financial performance, the funding model, and the budgeting process. CAL consistently incurs losses, and over the 5 years 2018 to 2022, CAL made total losses of $34 million, and the annual losses varied each year. At the end of 2022, CAL's net worth was negative $25 million, which means it owes more money than the value of its assets, and that balance did not vary much over the 5 years. CAL's funding model is unclear. The majority of CAL's income is from ticket sales, but it also receives significant funding from the government. Over the 5 years, CAL received $114 million in output funding from the government, but it's unclear what the funding is intended to cover, and it is impossible to assess the adequacy of that funding. For example, the government provides funding for strategic domestic air services between Grand Cayman, Cayman Brac and Little Cayman. After government funding, CAL made almost $8.5 million in losses on those routes over the 5 years. While we appreciate that these flights are also used by tourists, they provide essential lifeline services for Caymanians across the 3 islands, and it's unclear why they are not more fully funded by government. CAL also received $34 million in equity injections over the 5 years. Equity injections are supposed to be used for capital investment and, in the case of CAL, repayment of debt. However, when you look at the budgets requested and received, it looks like some of the funding may have been for day-to-day operations. Not for the first time, we're raising concerns about the budgeting process, and I'll highlight 2 issues here. CAL appears to be requesting unrealistic budgets, in that, with the exception of 2022, CAL requested the same amount of funding, output funding each year, despite making losses. Secondly, CAL does not receive the budgets for output funding that it actually requests. In addition to the output funding, CAL received each year supplementary funding and equity injections, and it's not clear why this happens. Moving on to strategic direction and governance, I'm pleased to report that there is good collaboration between CAL, the Ministry of Tourism and Ports, and the Department of Tourism, and this includes discussions on the selection of routes. Our review of the selection process for the Los Angeles route found that it was effective. In October 23, CAL added the Barbados route. This route was outside the scope of our audit, but we did look at the agreement made. The Barbados route was not assessed in the same way as other routes, and it was added as part of the surplus category. Surplus category routes are expected to make profits. CAL agreed to operate the route initially for 1 year and set a minimum revenue guarantee where it expected to make profits on the route. Since publishing our report, CAL has announced that the Barbados route would be scaled back from the 17th of May and would stop on the 3rd of July. Our office previously reviewed CAL's governance arrangements in both 2013 and 2017, and improvements have been made since then. But we did note a few recommendations that were made in 2013 had not yet been implemented. Moving on to workforce planning and management, CAL employed 360 staff at the end of 2022, most of whom were Caymanian. Around 2/5 of these staff, including over 1/3 of pilots, were aged 50 and over. But CAL does not have a workforce plan to ensure that it will have the right people with the right skills in place for the future. We also noted that CAL does not routinely prepare or monitor human resources data that could help it with some decision making. I want to raise the financial consequences of the Public Authorities Act, again another common theme from recent reports from our office. CAL started to implement Section 47 of the Act in 2023. This included agreeing a separate pay scale for pilots to ensure they were comparable with the global market. By the end of 2023, CAL had spent $2.6 million implementing the Act and estimated that it would cost a further $3.5 million annually to fully implement it. This will add around $6 million to CAL's annual running costs, an organisation that is already making annual losses. Finally, moving on to CAL's non-financial performance. CAL performs well against its 10 key roles. However, we found that CAL's performance against its output targets was mixed. We also found that CAL does not or did not effectively report on its non-financial performance. Until 2022, CAL only reported performance against its 10 key roles in its annual report. As the national airline, it's important that the Parliament and public are able to assess CAL's performance against a range of measures, including the agreed outputs. Finally, I'd like to comment on CAL's new fleet of aircraft. The plan to replace the fleet of larger aircraft was approved in 2016. The replacement took longer than anticipated because of the grounding of the MAX 737-8s in 2019. However, there are 2 areas worth noting. Firstly, CAL received favourable terms in leasing the new aircraft. And secondly, CAL has already started to reap the benefits from the new fleet of aircraft, and I hope this will continue. We made 14 recommendations in our report, and pleased to note that all were accepted. And as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, I have with me today Mr. Kevin Bradfield, who undertook the audit with me. Thank you, and we're happy to support the committee this morning.
Thank you, Auditor General, for that your introductory remarks. Our first witness is Mr. Fabian Worms, the President and Chief Executive Officer of Cayman Airways Limited. I'd like to call him into the chamber at this time. Good morning, Mr. Worms. Quick question for you. Did you bring anyone else with you?
Morning, Mr. Chairman. I have the support cavalry outside, but I don't have anybody here with me.
Okay. Mr. Worms, I want to welcome you to the committee this morning. I think you're well acquainted with the report of the Auditor General that we will be examining this morning. By way of introduction, when you answer your first question, so I'd ask if you could just state your name and your position for the record so that it will be captured. And before I open this hearing up to questions from members of the committee, I have a very short opening preamble that I would like to read into the record as well and for everyone's benefit. So the Auditor General published her report in March 2024. This is the Office of the Auditor General's first overarching review of Cayman Airways' performance. I think it is fair to say that the report presents a positive picture of Cayman Airways. It is particularly pleasing to note that the Auditor General's office has concluded that Cayman Airways has already realized the anticipated benefits from modernizing the fleet. However, the Auditor General noted a few significant areas that the committee would like to probe a little further on this morning. We are pleased to note that you accepted all of the Auditor General's recommendations. You indicated that some of those would be implemented this year, so committee members may want to ask you about progress being made or planned for this year and into the next. Now, I've agreed to, that Mr. Bernie Bush would lead off the questioning this morning. He is time constrained, so he will be leaving us about halfway through the hearing today. So he had some questions for, I think, for yourself and the Auditor General that he would like to ask. I've given permission for him to ask those questions before we actually get into the formal report at this time. So, Mr. Bush, if you can proceed with your questions.
Mr. Chair, through you, thank you so very much. Good morning, everyone. Listening to the Acting Auditor General, it was good, and then listening to what the chairman said. For my very first time sitting in this place and sitting on the PAC before, I've always been conscious of not making Cayman Airways a political football. It is too important to the island. And to hear the Auditor Generals say that when they did their homework, that is like $200 million that the airline brings into the economy. What other positives, my first set of questions, Mr. Chairman, is over to the Auditor General's side. What are the positives from the report? Other positive things that you find from this report?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for your question, Mr. Bush. I think there are a number of positives in the report. And as Mr. Chairman said, we think it paints a pretty positive picture of Cayman Airways. I think some of the particular issues are the contribution it makes. It does provide a lifeline service. We have, I'm getting notes written for me here. The improvements that have been made in governance since we last reported on those. And as I mentioned in my opening remarks, that the fleet modernisation has been key for Cayman Airways. And I think the fact that they had already started to realise the benefits from that fleet modernisation so quickly is great news. And I think those will continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. And in your professional opinion, were you able to give enough time to have sufficient meetings with the ministry as well as KX or Cayman Airways?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we met with the ministry officials, chief officer, and the Department of Tourism officials on a number of occasions during the audit.
Thank you, and Mr. Chair, through you, and the audit process was very useful in understanding how Cayman Airways. It helps us how to understand how Cayman Airways works.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, absolutely. From our perspective, it was really insightful to understand how Cayman Airways operates. Obviously, we do the financial audit of Cayman Airways through one of the private firms, so we know its financial performance. But actually, to delve more deeper into its non-financial performance and the way that it operates was really helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now through to the chair, to Mr. Worms. Welcome, sir. The Auditor General's report highlighted that CAL has a range of measures, including the strategic ownership goals, key roles, budgeted outputs, and key performance indicators. It is good news that CAL has met its 10 key roles, and we are pleased to hear that you have already realized benefits from modernizing the fleet. But we note that CAL's performance against the agreed output targets was mixed. We also noted that CAL only started reporting its performance against the outputs targets in its 2022 annual reports. This means that until then, neither the Parliament nor the public could access or assess whether CAL was meeting its performance targets. We also note, we understand that from your response to recommendations, from recommendation 14, that in addition to output targets, you intend to report CAL's performance against other measures in your annual report from June this year. The Office of the Auditor General team told us that you have improved the performance reporting in the draft 2023 annual report, but it would seem that there is scope to improve this further. For example, we understand that despite setting metrics in the 2023-2028 business plan, you have not reported performance against all of these. I would like to ask the Chief Executive Officer, number one, plans to further improve performance reporting in the annual report.
Fabian Worms, President and Chief Executive Officer at Cayman Airways. First, I would just like to point out that whereas what the Auditor General's office has recommended, we embrace it, and we are endeavoring to increase the performance-related data that we include in our annual report. The annual report actually follows a prescribed template, and I would not want it to be felt that we are somehow in breach of not reporting things that are required to be reported. This is simply a matter of better or best practice for the benefit of the shareholder, which happens to be the people of the Cayman Islands, so that they can see. It should also be remembered that Cayman Airways operates in a very commercially sensitive, competitive environment, and not all of our performance in terms of how we meet our targets is something that we may wish to readily disclose, because disclosure to the public is also disclosure to our competition. So as we go about redefining or enhancing or improving the measures that we report on, we're also being very careful that we're not frivolous in doing so. And it will take some time. So the date of implementation is the end of this month. And what that means is that going into the annual report for 2024, which will be tabled in 2025, you can expect to see the full slate. We have, however, picked the low-hanging fruit that we're comfortable with for inclusion in the report that's about to be tabled, the next report, which is the 2023. One of the things that the current board brought into play at Cayman Airways was also a new set of performance metrics. And, you know, everyone is accustomed to the term KPIs. So we have had our traditional airline KPIs. We have now moved to a framework which we're referring to as objectives and key results. So we don't just measure, we don't just focus on what the KPIs are, but what are the objectives that these results are tied to. So there is a benchmark. Some of the improvements in our performance, for instance, as it ties back to the ownership agreement. So these are the goals specified in our ownership agreement. Traditionally, we were to deliver a certain amount of passengers, and that's historically a standard component in all of the purchase agreements. We have found that this is not necessarily a good measure because it's really an issue of us delivering seat capacity. As to whether or not that capacity gets filled or to what degree it gets filled, that would be the component of actual delivery of passengers. But our mission must first start with putting capacity in there. And what we've found as we transitioned from the 737-300s, which had a seating capacity of 122, and we're now using a seat capacity of 160, it changes, one, the number of flights, because now we're using less flights to deliver more passengers. So if the ownership agreement before, or the purchase agreement before, said we should have delivered a certain amount of flights, we may not be hitting those targets now, but it's not a bad thing, because we're delivering the same amount of seat capacity, and in turn, the same amount of passengers, probably. So this is where the tweaking needed to take place in terms of how the ownership goals are defined and how we tie back our performance to that. But so we have totally embraced and acknowledged that that needs refinement. It's not a very daunting or challenging task, which is why we also stipulated that we would have this addressed by the 30th of June. There were many things when we set our compliance timelines. We said, well, this we can do in 3 months, this we can do in 6, this will take a year. So this was one of those that had an early implementation at our disclosure because it's not a significant task.
Mr. Chairman, through you, thank you. Now, in your answer, you touched on it a little bit. Are there any plans, keeping in mind the commercial sensitivity on certain issues, like you said? I was happy to hear you say that. Are there any other plans to publicly report performance other than the annual report? Is it possible, or are there any plans to do this?
Through the chair, the statutory requirements, we consider them to have been well thought out and suitable for what the public needs to know about. Anything beyond that requires careful consideration by the airline. We're often very cautious to even do things like boast about our wins. We have had a tremendous streak recently of very good on-time performance, as an example, especially with our SAB operation. But there is a stigma, a reputational stigma with respect to the SAB operation. So we're very careful to come out and say that, for instance, our on-time performance with the SABs have been tremendous. because we know that it may be very short-lived, you know. Tomorrow there may be a situation where the SAB is grounded, which statistically is not significant, but the impact of someone not being able to travel, it makes the news. We unfortunately are in this fishbowl when it comes to the media. So we're also very careful. We don't toot our horn as much as some think we should, but there's a reason for that. And again, it's to do with not creating false expectations. So this is one of the reasons why we're often reluctant to go over and beyond what the statutory reporting requirements are, because really the only reason to do it is to give the public a better perception, a better perspective as to how well Cayman Airways is doing. But we have found that it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, because it doesn't matter how well we do and for how long, we're only as good, or we're viewed by the public only as good as what happened yesterday.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. The next line of questions, Mr. Worms, is workforce planning and management. The Auditor General's report highlighted that CAL had 360 staff at the end of 2022. Exhibit 17 in the report provides a summary of the staffing profile. This shows that CAL's workforce is aging. Around 2/5 of the entire workforce is age 50 or over, and over 1/3 of the pilots are age 50 or over. The Auditor General noted that CAL does not have a comprehensive workforce plan that considers the workforce size, skills, and capabilities that are needed to achieve its overall strategy. In the absence of a workforce plan, it is unclear how well CAL is managing the risk of an aging workforce. We understand from your response to recommendation 12 that you committed to develop a workforce plan by the end of June. The PSC may wish to ask the Chief, to ask you, Mr. Worms, about 1, progress with developing the workforce plan, and 2, explain how CAL manages the risk of an aging workforce, particularly in relation to pilots.
Thank you for the question. Through the chairman, we again readily embraced this recommendation, because the recommendation is to have a workforce plan. Now, the Auditor General's office, like any audit entity, their work is evidence-based. So this was a situation of the Auditor General's office looking for documented evidence that we have a workforce plan. This does not mean that proper workforce planning is not taking place. We do exercise proper workforce planning. The issue of a significant percentage of our employees being over the age of 50 is not necessarily a problem to us at this time. At any given time, we will find that a significant amount of our employees, or any large entity, they will find that there's a significant amount of employees that are over the age of 50. With respect to our pilots, the retirement age is 65. We've been around for 56 years this year, and we have never had a problem with our pipeline of pilot supply, which allows progression all the way through to senior captaincy as captains retire. So it's not so much that there is a problem that needs to be fixed, but it's one where we need to be able to provide more evidence in the form of a documented plan, a consolidated documented plan, which the Auditor General thinks would be good practice, because certainly as we think about our threats to our future operation, manpower planning is a big deal. How do we deal with retirements, turnover? So we readily embrace that. And again, this is a simple one. So the time frame that we stipulated was, again, the end of June. And we're well underway. We already had templates in place. If we had more time with the Auditor General, but the audit needed to have been wrapped up, we could have, for instance, maybe done a little bit more. But this is one of those issues that was not significant enough to challenge the Auditor General, because it was a lot easier for us to just accept that we can put this together quickly and go with it. The Auditor General, for instance, flagged turnover rates, that we didn't measure them. But what we did measure and what we did provide to the Auditor General's office was the number of employees at the beginning of each of the 5 years under review, the number of employees at the end, which that then tells you how many people have left when you offset the number of people that we have employed. So our turnover was found to vary between 11 and 13%. We were asked what our turnover rate was, and we provided raw data rather than saying 11 or 13, between 11 and 13%. The fact of the matter is, we were already using the raw data at a much more granular level. In other words, there are years when we had a high turnover. Let's use one of the years in question being 2020, which was the COVID year, when we actually had a program of voluntary separation and early retirement. So this would have led to a spike in our turnover rate. And if you were to just look at that alone, you may say something is wrong. But inherently, we know nothing was wrong. It was by design. It was a concerted effort to bring the workforce, to make the workforce smaller, because our operations became very much contracted. We also have a situation where turnover is not the same for all disciplines and all categories of staff. So we have many entry-level jobs, and we do provide that first job to many Caymanians. It's not necessarily a place where, because the airline business is not for everyone. The airline business is generally for people who love it, and some don't. So we tend to have higher turnover rates with the entry-level positions. So someone may join as a cabin crew member, fresh from high school. It's a wonderful job. But 3 years into it, it's not the right thing for them, because they may not enjoy the traveling or the odd hours, things like that. And they change their careers. So we expect a level of turnover in an area like that, which is going to be much higher than, for instance, with our pilots, where the turnover is extremely low. The extremely low, if I was to put a percentage to it, my rough calculations tell me that our annual turnover with our pilot group is less than 2%. Yet still, there is a perception, because it's promulgated all the time in social media, that we have a problem retaining pilots. Half of the pilots that leave Cayman Airways leave by way of retirement. It does not cause us problems because, again, we planned for it. There's a constant pipeline of progression with our pilots. And when a pilot retires, we must also remember that it creates an opening at the entrance level for someone else to join the pipeline. If someone leaves on their own accord because they would like to maybe fly 747s, that's their dream. That's what pilots do. They have professional dreams and objectives. We have a handful of Caymanian pilots that over the years have moved to other organizations. We have 2 or 3 pilots right now in the Middle East, and it's often spoken about as if we have had a mass exodus of pilots at Cayman Airways, when what we have had is just completely normal, and we're actually very happy for those individuals who have now gone to spread their wings beyond our shores, and they're making us proud. They're making Cayman Airways proud because we were their breeding ground, and they're making the Cayman Islands proud. We're a very small nation, and it's very good when our presence can get felt around the globe. So we don't perceive this as a problem, but if it's framed in a way that we're not measuring the average turnover for the company, when in fact we do conduct very granular level, meaning deep level analysis, looking at why people actually leave. One of the reasons why it's good business practice for organizations to look at their turnover rate is because if there's a problem with retention and it's something to do with the organization's culture, meaning the organization is not a happy place to work, then this could be indicative of that. But we also look at the leavers on a granular level. We know for the most part why they leave. Some people will leave and say Cayman Airways was not a good place to work. But I've also seen where the vast majority of those people who leave, wherever they go to, they also say it's not a good place to work. And within 6 months, they're asking us to take them back at Cayman Airways. It has to do with the level of exposure, especially with young people. Their expectations are very high. And it's not until they experience the grass on the other side that they realize it actually wasn't greener. So that's the sort of analysis we do. But we embrace the Auditor General's recommendation. Again, it's something that we see very easy to do, and it will be more helpful in terms of providing evidence quickly to demonstrate to anyone who asks that we do in fact conduct effective manpower planning. Right? And bear in mind, 50 years old is 15 years away from the normal retirement age. For many of the long-serving Cayman Airways employees, at the time when they joined the company, they did not have contracts that require them to retire at 65. And we cannot go in after the fact and say to them, we are now unilaterally changing your contract and you have to retire at 65. So many of these employees who are over age 65, we do have a handful. We have maybe about 10 employees that are working with the company that are over age 65. And the airline is benefiting from their wealth of experience. And it is good because people are able to perform. This is a worldwide phenomenon. People are living longer, people are healthier, people are able to perform beyond the age of 65. And when they can, and they're still providing a very positive contribution, we see that as a positive. So it's not a cause for alarm in our estimation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. First, I want to say thank you for publicly saying that KX, or Cayman Airways, or CL, embraces what the Auditor General's office has recommended. Having sat in PAC before, I've seen the kickback. And common sense has always told me that what they're saying makes the, what's the word, transparency so much better and everything, and I'm happy to hear that. It would be remiss of me, Mr. Chairman, not to mention the retirement of one of Cayman's greats, Rex Miller from Cayman Airways, and the passing of one of the greatest, Captain Harrison Bothwell. Because when he talked about flying the 747s, it was Harrison who helped my son dream to get to the 747, and he went above that and went to the 380-800, which is even bigger. So these type of people, like you said, and we must remember them, we must mark them and tell them and their families thanks for their sacrifices. Now, sitting in as the deputy leader of the opposition, I asked you a question one time, and you refused to tell a lie. And it was hedged on, and I said to you, is there a plan in place for people who are retiring from Cayman Airways? Because there was one in particular who had retired, and I think he was going to, after 51 or 52 years, and he was only getting something like $200-300 a month, some kind of retirement pension. And I asked you if anything is being researched or being looked at to try to help those employees that have been there for a long time. Have you been able to get to that plan yet? Or at least working on it?
Thank you for that question. There's a bit of a paradox in that scenario, because one of the reasons why we are not keen to see an employee who attains the age of 65, we're not keen, to use casual terms, kick them out of the organization, is because of the reality that their pension is completely out of sync with that of the majority of the public service, certainly out of sync with the entire civil service. Cayman Airways has historically operated as if it were a private entity when it comes to certain things, and the treatment of pension is one of them. So Cayman Airways employees have a private pension, and the accumulations that most people have in the pension fund at this time will only assure them $1,035 a month when they retire. They will also have no post-retirement health care. Now, this is a problem that Cayman Airways itself cannot fix. This requires a lot of funding, and this is one that we see, or myself as the CEO sees, as one that the shareholder has to intervene in. It is just logically impossible for Cayman Airways to print money on its own and create an environment to fix a problem such as this. The Public Authorities Act actually has features in it which aims to narrow the gaps that exist between, for instance, what Cayman Airways can offer or is offering versus what obtains in the civil service. I think when the Public Authorities Act was implemented by most SAGCs, they were already in a favorable position. Cayman Airways was one of those entities that was significantly behind the 8 ball. And this is why implementing the PAA, which was, in my informed estimation, brought about to keep SAGCs in check, to ensure that SAGC employees were not receiving remuneration levels that were well over and above what was obtained in the civil service. In the case of Cayman Airways, it was the reverse. So it had a significant financial impact on us. So the conundrum comes about whereby, yes, we would love to do whatever we can to improve this, but we don't have the ability on our own. So it is a shareholder problem. And this is a problem that has been known by successive administrations over many years. This is not a challenge that is just facing the current administration or facing Cayman Airways in its current state. What you have described, Mr. Bush, is a long-standing phenomenon, and it is very sad and painful for me as a CEO at times to see employees with 30, 40, 50 years of service retire, to know full well that they have no pension, no significant pension that can even allow them to pay their electricity bill, and they'll have no post-retirement health care. I myself will be approaching retirement at some point, so whereas I have great compassion for the staff, my compassion is also one whereby I'm experiencing it myself, so I know exactly what the concerns are. So I will be the last person who is unsympathetic. The entire Cayman Airways management team, this is one of the things that we're most sympathetic towards. We don't know what's going to happen when we retire. You know, we do not think we will be able to survive. And that's something that I think is very serious. Everybody talks about it almost every single time we're in the House, whether it's Finance Committee, the Public Accounts Committee, it comes up every time. And I'm just hoping to see the day when government does something very tangible. It could be simply just accepting responsibility for the Cayman Airways employees under the Public Service Pension Board provisions and implementing a different style of pensions or funding us to do more. It can be simply umbrellaing retired Cayman Airways employees with the civil servants who have retired for their post-retirement health care benefits through the HSA and Synico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll give somebody else a chance, but let me close by saying that Mr. Worms, I've come into your office on many occasions ranting and raving. You know I'm a diehard KX fanatic. Before my son got there and after he left, it's still my airline. I learned that from the Jamaicans with Air Jamaica. That is my airline, is our airline. And thanks for always taking time to explain to me when I don't understand something, and thanks for always never saying, where did you get that information? You never asked me to be an informer, like who told me that or this or whatever. And thanks for always trying to look out for the best of our airline. Thank you very much.
I appreciate that comment, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Bernie. We're now going to move on, Mr. Worms, to talk about the strategic direction of Cayman Airways, and particularly the strategic ownership goals. And the Auditor General report, sir, it highlighted that Cayman Airways agreed 12 strategic ownership goals with the government as part of the 2018-2019 budgeting process. These are still in place. However, the Auditor General reported that these goals do not meet all of the elements of the SMART principles. That is, that they are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. For example, not all are measurable or time-bound, and this makes it difficult to effectively measure performance against them. We understand from your responses to the Auditor General's recommendation 1 that you plan to revisit these goals as part of the 2026-2027 budgeting cycle. Mr. Worms, can you give us your thoughts then as to whether you see these strategic ownership goals, whether they're fit for purpose?
Thanks for that question, Mr. Chairman. Let me first preface something, and I'm pretty sure the Auditor General's office will concur. A good read of the report will indicate that the vast majority of these goals are SMART. It is some of them where not all of the SMART elements are in place. So that's I would not want the impression to be that we have a raft of goals and objectives, none of which meet the SMART elements. So what the Auditor General has pointed out is in fact true. We need to tie our strategic business plan or our strategic plan more to these strategic objectives and goals. And in areas where, for instance, time boundness may have been absent, that often has to do with the uncertainty the uncertainty that constantly plagues Cayman Airways. It's very hard to plan. So there are some things that we know we have to do. For us to specify a time bound, a time measurement, that becomes a little bit of a challenging. And in cases like that, you may find that we did not specify it. So again, we've embraced that we can do things. I'll give a good example. If one of our strategic goals in our business plan, in our strategic plan, is to work with the Cayman Islands government to achieve more parity with the civil service through the implementation of Section 47 of the Public Authorities Act, I have no track record that will allow me to put a time frame against that because it's not within our control. And history has told me that this is something that may be talked about forever and we'll never get anywhere. So we could not put a time frame on that if that was a strategic goal within our strategic plan, you know. I just use that one as an example because of the recent discussion. But again, it would be better business practice if everything was smart. So we have embraced the recommendation and we'll be moving ahead. And that is for the 2026 to 2027 budget cycle.
Yeah. Do you have any thoughts on how these strategic ownership goals could be improved?
It's in a variety of ways, but it's within the theme of what the Auditor General's office has said. We need to make sure every goal is completely smart. It ticks the box for the S, the M, the A, the R, and the T. If you want me to give specific examples, what I can say is that we have put a lot of work into our strategic plan, and it's something that it has its seasons and times when we devote attention and focus to it. Our strategic planning processes are usually collaborative, or not usually, always collaborative. I can tell you that there is a retreat planned later in the summer for the board, a strategic retreat, and that is when we intend to start doing a deeper dive. But we already have you know, certain inclinations as to what needs to be changed and what needs to be improved, because it's mentioned in the report. So I wouldn't want to get any more specific than that.
I understand, sir. And so I want to turn next then to your strategic plans itself and explore that a little bit more. The Auditor General's report highlighted that Cayman Airways' most recent strategy, which is the Business Plan 2023 to 2028, was approved by the board in May of 2023. We're pleased to note that the strategic plan aligns with some elements of good practice, but we understand from the Auditor General that it has gaps. Particularly, I refer you to Exhibit 4 in the report. And for example, it does not have clear baselines, does not link to financial plans to demonstrate affordability or workforce plans to guide human resources, and does not have a stakeholder engagement plan. The report also states that the plan does not set out how Cayman Airways will achieve 4 of the 12 strategic ownership goals. We understand from your responses to on the Auditor General's recommendation 3 that you have committed to update the plan by the end of this year. Can you tell me at this point what action has been taken to improve the strategic plan?
Mr. Chairman, again, we prioritize our work, and Cayman Airways is a very complex operation. We have committed to the end of the year. We have initial thoughts and inclinations, but we have not dived as deep into this as yet as we intend to. So it would be premature for me to give too much detail in terms of progress, because there is still time left. Right? We did not commit to an earlier date than the end of this year, because this is the length of time that we see necessary. Again, how this is all done is going to be done collaboratively. One of the things the Auditor General wanted to see demonstrated is in fact, the collaboration. And it's all well and good for us to say that we arrive at our plans, or strategic plans, with input from the ministry, the Department of Tourism, or various stakeholders. But to be able to demonstrate it is a different thing. So in practice, it happens, and it does happen a lot. We wouldn't be functioning the way we are if it didn't. There has to be good alignment between our efforts and that of the Ministry of Tourism and Ports. So there is that good alignment. To be able to demonstrate it to the Auditor General, what would be nice is a consolidated document of evidence, because they work evidence-based. So that's where our challenge lies, or not our challenge, our task lies. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bush, please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, since you're on that line, and since the Chief of Mr. Worms spoke earlier on the difficulty of implementing the Public Authorities Act, why would it cost so much? Now, I'm no fan of that act, because it seems this country believes that all we need to do is just build more and more bureaucracy and we can be better off. I don't hold that view. But why would it cost so much? Because it seems to me what is said, it's well over $6 million in total.
Through the chair, good question, Mr. Bush. What the Public Authorities Act required all public authorities to do is to ensure that all jobs within the public authority are evaluated and scored by using the same system used by core government, which is the Hay job evaluation method. Core government itself undertook the exercise to have all the jobs evaluated at Cayman Airways. And once the jobs are evaluated, they must be placed in the same set of scales that are used by core government. So as our jobs were evaluated, it resulted in placement in scales that commanded salaries that in many cases was significantly more. In all cases it was more, but in many cases it was significantly more than what we were paying. And our remuneration line item in our expense pile happens to be our largest item. For many airlines, fuel is their largest item. But the cost of labor, and because most of our employees are predominantly in the Cayman Islands, we carry a very high labor overhead cost. It actually puts us at a disadvantage with our competitors. So we found that many jobs, especially these entry-level jobs, there had to be significant uplifts in order to close the gap. And that is just with salaries. The Public Authorities Act also said that where there's differences in the terms and conditions of employment, those should be narrowed. And when you have a situation where Cayman Airways would contribute to someone's pension 5% of the first $87,000 earned in a year, which complies with the Pensions Act and the Labor Law, that pales in comparison to core government, which contributes a full 12% on someone's entire salary. So these are some of the gaps that we are yet to fully close. What we did to achieve compliance with the Act is we went from contributing 5% on the first 87,000 to contributing 10% on the first 87,000. So that satisfied the criteria to narrow the gap. But the spirit and intent of the Public Authorities Act was to ensure more parity. and there is still a far way to go. So that is where the extra expense comes in.
Any other questions, Mr. Bush? Okay.
Not at the minute, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Worms, are going to move on briefly to the Barbados route. I know that was outside the scope of the audit, but their report provided some high-level information in it. The report states that CAL signed an agreement with Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc. in July 2023. That agreement stated that the route would be operated for an initial one-year period, and that CAL expected the route to be profitable. We note that on the 10th of May, Cayman Airways announced that the Barbados route would reduce to once weekly from 17th of May 2024 and stop from the 3rd of July 2024. Can you give us some indications, sir? Don't necessarily have to be numbers, but some indication as to the route's financial performance.
Mr.
Yes,
Chairman, I don't want to break your train of thought, but when we did speak earlier, we said that we would want some information, but we would want it outside of the chamber, and I'm wondering whether that's not the point we're at, whether we should indeed go inside and have a chat with Mr. Worms, and some of his key people are here, and have a discussion rather than an open discussion here.
Mr. Bush, I believe the final conclusion was that the two questions that I did have were sufficiently vague that it should not be an issue. But if we want more fulsome details, that we could go into and ask those privately of Mr. Worms if at some point.
Well, it's up to him, but we did talk about the sensitivity of certain things.
And I understand that, sir.
And I feel that I know I want information, but I am aware of the sensitivity. And I believe it is at this point that we shouldn't go any further here with it, but should talk to them inside. But you're the chairman, and he's will choose to answer whatever he can, I guess.
Mr. Chairman, through you, maybe the question that will we be paid in full anything that's due to us? Is that a legitimate question?
Mr. Owens, you want to proceed? And there are two questions here. Impact on the financial performance. I said, I'm not looking for your numbers, but an indication as to what it means. If you could comment on that, and also, will government receive all of the monies that are owed to it by the Barbados entity?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. and Mr. Bush, for those the questions and the consideration for the sensitivity of this. So what is sensitive is that we would not want to disclose the actual financial arrangements, because this is the first time that I am aware of where we have been contracted by a foreign government, so to speak, to do something that they considered a strategic objective of theirs, and they agreed to pay for it. It is really not much different from what obtains where the Cayman Islands government pays Cayman Airways to fulfill certain strategic objectives. I'm happy to speak about it a little bit because there's a lot of public perception that plagues it plagues me. I cannot go anywhere and not be asked, why are we doing this? The issue with Barbados from the very beginning in my mind was that there would be perception issues. There would be issues with optics. And I knew it would be a challenge to address those issues with the public, because the only way to address it is to actually come out and say how much money we're making. What I am prepared to say is that we did not go into it blind. It was not a decision to address a request from BTMI to start this service that was agreed to by any singular person. We have a board of directors with 12 very capable minds. Everybody was able to analyze it. We went into it with 5 or 6 key objectives that those criteria had to be met. I can say what they are. One of which is, because it fits into what we call the surplus category of our airlift framework, it means that we would not do it to the detriment of the rest of our service. There should be no opportunity costs. So operating these flights should not in any way hinder any of our current service or future plans. So you will find that these flights were scheduled on days of the week and times of the day when it had no impact. There's nothing else we would have done with the aircraft or our crews. So putting the aircraft and crews to use in a scenario where we're guaranteed to cover our variable costs and also guaranteed to cover our fully allocated costs. And many of our routes do not cover their fully allocated costs. So they operate profitably when you look at the direct variable coverage, but not profitably when it's fully allocated. But we went into this ensuring that all of those things were bulletproof. We ensured we went into a contract that was secure in every way possible. This is to protect our ability to receive payment. It was all done to the same high standard that we do everything. And we have entered into much more sophisticated contractual arrangements than this one. So it was not a challenge for us to put in place the terms that we wanted. We built into it a margin of profit that was consistent with the margins that we build into any charter service that we do. So although it was not officially called a charter, in essence, the application of it was no different from a charter. With respect to payment, there is a quarterly payment schedule. When we look at the duration of time that the service will operate, we have already collected 70% of the revenues that are to be generated from the route. And bear in mind that the revenue comes from 2 places. It comes from the actual ticket sales first, and if that number falls short of the specified revenue target, which guarantees us a profit, then BTMI tops that up. And we have received the payments. Everything is in good order. So opportunity costs, there was none. In terms of how it's performing financially, there is none. It has contributed positively to Cayman Airways. We have made a level of profit from this venture which assures us that if we find ourselves in a situation where we need to go to the Cayman Islands government or a shareholder and say we have a shortfall that we need to bridge for whatever reason for this fiscal year, we know that that number is now going to be so much smaller because we can apply the profits that was earned from this. So in that regard, the Barbados government through BTMI actually contributed to Cayman Airways to a degree that relieves essentially some of the burden that the Cayman Islands government was solely carrying. And the reason I'm happy to speak about this is because there's a persistent perception that this is not the case. and I would like it to stop. Again, when we went into it, this was my only concern, that there would be this perception, right? But we have come out before, and we have said that our costs are covered. I'm not going to say that we have made good money, but if we did, that's not something for us to boast about. It doesn't suit us, because tomorrow there may be another jurisdiction that would like us to work strategically with them, because there are many jurisdictions that don't have the benefit of their own national airline that can be used strategically, but we do. And if we can partner with another country that would like to share some of our load, share some of the Cayman Islands government's load with Cayman Airways, I don't see that as a bad thing. I don't think anybody would see that as a bad thing. So there's no bad news in the Barbados story, none at all. And again, it's a perception problem. While we're on this topic, we have a similar problem with the MAX 8s. On many occasions, myself, other Cayman Airways representatives, we have literally come out and said that we are paying half the rent that the market dictates. But we're still plagued with a continuous perception that we entered into lease agreements that have taken away the birthright of our grandchildren, because we have committed the Cayman Islands government to a level of expense. And the numbers that get quoted are market rates. So market rates are easily available. That's why people quote them. You can Google it and you will see what the number is. And if I've told you the number is half, you can do the math. That saves me having to breach confidentiality in a contractual agreement and come out and say the number, which was a preferential number to begin with. It's the same sort of phenomenon. And I'm very happy that the Auditor General's office decided to actually look at the MAX procurement and the favorableness of the deal, because now we get a very informed, educated, qualified perspective, a good set of eyes to say this is a good deal. And if that does not now dispel the perceptions from the naysayers, the people who are not qualified to assess this, you know, I don't know what will, but this is what we struggle with. So with Barbados, it's this perception issue. It's the same thing we struggle with when it comes to like the MAX leases. But it's, in both cases, they're fantastic arrangements, good deals for Cayman Airways, good deals for the people of the Cayman Island.
And I want to thank you for your honesty, sir, and the clarity you have provided, because I think it's been good to have this just aired here this morning and to ask these questions, because I will just say quite plainly to you, sir, you satisfied a lot of the concerns I had with regard to things that I had heard about the Barbados route, and you have clarified it for us and set my mind at ease. So I thank you for your honesty and your transparency. I said at the outset, I didn't want to put you in a position where, you know, I was aware of the...
Right. I think, Mr. Chair, we'll be happy to share the numbers off camera.
Yeah.
And when you see the numbers, I think as representatives of the people of the Cayman Islands, if you're happy with what you see, then I hope that will trickle into your constituents and the support that you have from your constituents and the representation that you give. So we'll be happy to share the numbers in camera.
Yeah, and I think what you have stated and shared with us today should go a long way to removing a lot of the misinformation and misconception that exists in
Another
public.
perception that I'd like to address too is that we stopped the service. So this service was being provided at the request of BTMI. They were doing it for strategic reasons. They had their strategic mission. They were looking for connectivity onward from Cayman Airways. The entire Eastern Caribbean is always screaming for more west to east connectivity. The reason it doesn't exist to the degree that people would like it to exist is because the economies of scale are just not there. If it worked commercially, it would have been done a long time ago by various entities. So it became a government's responsibility, and I must lift my hat to the Barbados government because they decided to put their money where their mouth was and put some skin in the game, and they explored an arrangement that would create that east-west connectivity. From the very beginning, the loads were not possibly what they were looking for. We anticipated what the loads were going to be, but we knew we were protected. But they stuck with their strategy, and they stuck with it until they did a reassessment recently of their airlift, which has also considerably improved. There are now other entities like Inter-Caribbean that's providing direct service from Kingston to Barbados 4 times a week, which was not happening when we were there. And we fly to Kingston and we actually connect with those flights. So now their objective of having that east-west connectivity all the way through to Grand Cayman is being achieved. So they have reviewed this scenario, and they're the ones who said to us, we do not want to continue with it. So if the perception is Cayman Airways went into something, produced poor loads, and then 6 or 8 months later, Cayman Airways says, we're done with it. That's not the case. It's the case where the Barbados government has decided we did our run with this, it's no longer needed, and they gave us the contractually required notice. During that notice period, we agreed that we would reduce the service to reduce their exposure, which is totally reasonable. They've been totally honest. And the contract always had that provision for adjustments in service. Another principle that we made sure we abided by in going into the agreement was, yes, it can be said that we entered into it for a year, which that is true. The general terms and arrangements are valid for a year, and the contract is intended to last a year. But the contract also had the provision where either party could give 2 months' notice. So, we did not engage into something, neither did they, where we were overly committed and could not get out if it didn't work. So they choose to give the notice for financial reasons. But what if while we were doing this and doing well, our strategic mission changed? What if our shareholder said to us, you know what, we actually need to now open service tomorrow to Timbuktu, and I need you to do this? We would have had the ability to give BTMI 2 months' notice because we need our equipment to do something else for ourselves. So that's another element that we ensured we protected ourselves with.
And I thank you for that clarity too as well. I appreciate it very much. Now I'm going to turn to financial performance under the report, and for the line of questioning, I'm going to call upon Ms. Barbara Connolly to lead that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to speak to the funding model, Cayman Airways. And this question is to Mr. Worms. The Auditor General's report highlights that Cayman Airways established an airlift framework in 2009, and the government pays CAL for certain routes under the framework. The Auditor General noted that the airlift framework does not clearly state what costs the government's funding should cover. And just for the listening public, the airlift framework is to serve as the basis for the strategic planning, costing, and allocation of government output payments. Because of this, the Auditor General's office could not assess whether or not the government adequately funds CAL's operations, and she concluded that the funding model is unclear. She specifically, I know the word, mentioned that it was unclear why the strategic domestic category is not fully funded. This category covers flights across the 3 islands and provides a lifeline service for Caymanians that live in the sister islands. We understand, Mr. Worms, from your responses to recommendation 8 in the report that you plan to work with the ministry to implement this in time for the 2026-2027 budget cycle. Can you indicate or confirm whether the current airlift framework is fit for purpose?
Thank you for the question, and through the chairman. The committee and the general public probably would be best served if there was an understanding as to how this airlift framework came about in the first place. So prior to 2009, Cayman Airways received output payments. It was often referred to as a subsidy to fund its operations. But there was no framework which indicated how the money that was received from government should be used. So it was total fog. And that was a situation that had obtained or existed for many years. So I'm very familiar with this because the airlift framework was born in 2009 when I first became the CEO at a time when Chairman Jude Scott and the head of our financial subcommittee, Mr. Philip Rankin, both qualified accountants, probably did at that time the deepest dive that was ever done to look into this issue. Because what would happen is the airline would receive a certain amount of money and the shareholder would say, this is my wish list. But unless you can quantify and tie the two things together, you have a conundrum. So the airlift framework came about whereby a lot of emphasis was now placed on what we call strategic operations. These are operations that are operated not for profit, because they could not be profitable if we operated them and charged the fares that we should. So they're done strategically. And the Sister Island service is probably the most clear example of a strategic service. It's an air bridge that requires a level of service where the revenues that can be generated from that level of service would not fund its operations. So it needs to be subsidized. So we created this framework, and there's a strategic domestic element, there's a strategic tourism element, which means when we get the government's money, we say to them, this is how we are going to apply it. We're going to put this amount to servicing historical debt. They were going to put this amount to servicing interest payments on the historical debt, the principal payments. We're going to put this amount towards your strategic tourism needs. So let's speak about strategic tourism needs for a minute. It means that we will, and I have to be careful here because many airlines in the world take great objection to state-sponsored activity, which creates what they consider as an uncompetitive landscape. But that phenomenon is now so mature that all of the countries that, and airlines, some countries that claim other countries are exercising unfair advantages, they themselves have been subsidizing their private airlines to large degrees, bailing them out, paying them to fly into cities in the United States, for instance, that have limited air service. They actually make payments to them to have those cities have service. So, but the long and short of it, to put it simple so people can understand, is we will charge an airfare to New York, a strategic tourism route, that is less than what it costs us to operate that. we lose money. Why do we do it? Because whereas the airline loses, let's just say $200 on each ticket, we bring someone to the Cayman Islands that's going to leave an economic contribution here in terms of their total spend and the subsequent spending generated from their initial spend. That's in excess of $5,000 per day. So one individual coming here for 7 days can have a total economic contribution based on their spend of $35,000. So we do that. We give up the airfare in order to achieve this benefit for the country. Now, it could be argued that we could leave that to another airline. But if we are not on the route to create that competitive environment, then that other airline is not going to charge that reduced fare. What they're going to do is we'd be in a similar situation to Turks and Caicos, Bermuda, many other jurisdictions where we see these exorbitant fares. And then many of our visitors would find these other jurisdictions possibly more attractive simply because of the airfare component for a family of 5. So that's the strategy behind it. So the early framework came about to categorize our spend. We apply none of the government's subsidy to non-strategic routes. So Jamaica, as an example, which does not produce tourism spend in the Cayman Islands. There are no droves of tourists coming from Jamaica to spend money here. That route must sustain itself. It must cover its variable and its fully allocated costs because we're not applying any of the government's money to that. Our output payments go towards a strategic thing. So that initial creation of the early framework was brought about to give definition. What the Auditor General's office is saying, which we concur with, is that it needs more definition. Because although we may receive a certain amount for a particular purpose, there is nothing now that stops the shareholder from saying, I want more flights, without necessarily giving you any more money to do it. And this is where the fog exists. This is what needs to be improved in terms of how the early framework is defined. A more numeric connection and transparency. I think that's a fair statement, Ms. Angela. And it's a valid point, and we embrace it, but it is something we have to work with the shareholder to achieve now. How do we refine this? There are other models that can be chosen as well, or there are other elements that can be added into the early framework. There's one state-owned airline that I know about that receives essentially a form of subsidy, but they receive it in the form that government pays their fuel bill. Now that's clearly defined. If the fuel goes up, the government's payment goes up because they're paying the fuel bill, right? The way how we receive our payments, it's like you get one payment, but it can vary what I ask you to provide in return. There are some airlines where, some state-owned airlines where the state will say, we will take care of your aircraft leases and your capital needs. You just run a profitable operation from here on in, right? In which case, if that was our objective and we received our funding that way, it would be very clear-cut. If the leases go up, then the payments from the government have to go up. If the leases go down, the payments from the government have to would go down. But what would happen in that environment too is we would then say, well, we can only operate profitable routes, so we're not going to fly to New York. But then where is the strategic component now to flying to New York? So there are other things that can be considered, other additions and modifications that can be made to the early framework to make it more transparent and make life easier for the shareholder and for Cayman Airways. And I believe that is the point. I don't believe, I know that is the point that the Auditor General's office is trying to make.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for that detailed response, Mr. Worms. And I know my next question was, what are your views on the funding model and how do you think this should be improved? But I think you've actually already answered that, unless, of course, you had other...
The funding model,
The
which
fund-
would be the early framework and how do we tie it back?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Is there any
So
other?
the question, I think, it specifically started with the Sister Islands service, right? Why that was a great observation by the Auditor General, because that's one of the most glaring areas where there seems to be a disconnect, because what we receive to fund that is not enough to when you compare it with its actual cost of operation. One of the ways we might be able to address it is to increase the fares or impose bag fees on the sister islands. That's another way of garnering more revenue. But that's not something that the shareholder has ever had as an objective. Not this administration, not any of the previous administrations. Cayman Airways is not there to make life more difficult for our sister islands residents. Huh? So those things are not options. But then if we're asked to put on more service or do more things, how do we do it? Maybe we use some of the money that we made operating to Barbados. You know? So that's how we try and get by.
Going to turn now to the look at the budgeting, continue to look at it, budgeting, and I'm going to ask Mr. Joy Hugh if he would pick up the questioning from here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. Good morning, Mr. Worms. So one of the great mysteries of government, the budget. Mr. Worms, I noticed that the report highlighted CAL's approved budgets were less than requested during the 5 years, and that the government covers CAL's revenue budget shortfall with equity injections. If we look at Exhibit 16 in the report, it shows that over the 5 years, 2018, namely 2018 to 2022, CAL budget was approved for $37.5 million in equity injections from the government. Our understanding is that the equity injections are expected to be used for capital investment. However, it does appear that some funding was used to cover operating expenses. Is this a matter of the budgets not being approved as submitted, or is this intentional?
Through the chair, various components to that question, so there'll be various components to my answer. First, let me address the remark pertaining to the understanding that the equity investments are to cover capital expenditures only and not operating expenses. We had requested, and this was done, that in our annual plan and estimates, when the Finance Committee approves goes through the process of approving the EIs, etc., that the wording for the EI is similar to that which had obtained for the turtle farm for a very long time, which is, in addition to addressing capital needs and, servicing debt, it should also be used to fund losses. So that necessarily means that our use of the EI to pay for operating expenses is an authorized use. The problem is, because it's an equity injection or investment from the government, we cannot count it as revenue. So it doesn't show on our income statement. The loss has to exist first, then the EI covers that shortfall. And this is something that I think the Auditor General believes is unfortunate and not the best way for it to be treated. We ourselves have asked that the funding we receive from the EI, which we use to fund losses, instead be paid to us in the form of an output payment. And there was actually one budget cycle when this was achieved. Now, why is it not done? This is probably a question better asked to the ministry. But my understanding is that government has its own budgeting constraints and how it can allocate money. And there are times when the government has the money to allocate under its capital budget versus its operating or recurrent expenditure budget. And we're just happy to get the appropriation any which way we can. We obviously would prefer to have it as an output payment, because then we could book it as revenue and we would not show a loss. But what happens is it's not booked as revenue, we show the loss. And again, this is a perception issue now, because if you look at the entire period, and you might see 35 million in EIs for that period, if that 35 million was paid as an output payment, guess what? Cayman Airways would not have had any losses. It would have been a break even. So when we submit our budgets as well, it appears as if we submit a budget with a loss. Technically, that's true. But we submit it with a loss that's within the constraints of what the EI will be. So it still produces a balanced equation. The other component to the question is, which is something the Auditor General's office noted, is that we often don't get what we ask for. But I've been with the airline for 30 years. My understanding is that long before that time, that's really how it's always been. And Mr. Hu, you yourself alluded to, I think, saying budgeting, one of government's challenges. It really comes down to what is available. So we will have our ask, and our ask is based on what we have been asked to do. The current budget cycle is a good example. We asked for funding to support the increases that arose from what we have done so far to implement the PAA Section 47. And we received a certain amount of funding for 2024, but none in 2025. So that's a good example of an ask that does not get satisfied. But, our shareholder, they're the ones who know what they have to give, and they have many mouths to feed. So that is the reality. That is the practical reality of how it works. It's not optimal, and I think that's the point that the Auditor General's office is making. And we agree, and we embrace it, but it's also the practical reality of how things work. That's how it's always worked. I think government may one day refine its process of how it does its allocations, but that's not within the control of Cayman Airways. So I go back to my opening remarks on this topic, which is, I think this is something that's best answered by the ministry.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for that very comprehensive answer. Mr. Warren, I'm going to skip over to the budget requests and primarily on the domestic routes. We see that in the report that the same amount of funding is being requested each year, even though it consistently incurred losses from 2018 to 2022. If we look at Exhibit 16 in the report, it shows that CAL received the budgets that it requested for strategic domestic routes. However, we also see from Exhibit 13 that CAL made a net loss of almost $8.5 million over the 5 years on these routes. What is unclear is why CAL continues to request budgets for strategic domestic routes that will result in losses. A similar statement could also be made for the strategic tourism routes under CAL 2. And we understand from your response to the recommendations to recommendation 9 that you plan to set realistic budgets in the 2026-2027 budgeting cycle. Is there a reason for requesting budgets that will result in losses?
Through the chair, I think to a large degree that question was answered by the previous discussion. But let's just say hypothetically, for the 2026-27 budget cycle, we do submit a number which will create a break-even scenario for the domestic CAL 1. And the government says we can't allocate that. We're going to have to give you some of that in the form of an EI. Then it comes right back. So it's in the method of application. It's not that we are consistently asking for budgets that are not realistic. You know, it's how the treatments obtain and apply. And I have seen during my tenure boards that have taken this as a situation that they do not find desirable. They do not like to submit a budget that's going to show a loss, you know. But there really is no other way once the losses are being addressed by an EI. If it's the simple fix for this is that CAL 1 just simply needs to be increased to match its true costs, and we not receive the funding somewhere else.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chairman, I would then suggest that the reason that the budget is the same year after year follows the same.
Yes, and when we don't just prepare our budgets and then say to our ministry, this is it. There's a process that we go through in developing it, and in going through that process, there is consultation with the CFO within our ministry, and there is consultation with the Ministry of Finance. And the end result of what we submit reflects a collaboration of what we know can be approved, right? Because the resources will be there. And I think for the most part, that's how government and government entities work in general. I could be wrong, but that's certainly the impression I have.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Worms, for that again. Let's move on to the improving your financial performance. The Auditor General report highlighted that CAL reported deficits in each of the 5 years from 2018 to 2022, with cumulative losses of 34 million. The report also noted that CAL had a negative net worth of 25 million at the end of December 2022. Now, we understand that the audit of the 2023 financial statements has not yet been complete, but provisional figures show that CAL incurred a deficit of around 9.3 million, and the net worth position remains negative at 22.3 million. We also note that CAL has taken some measures to improve the financial performance, but does not have a documented plan for doing this. The Auditor General in the report specifically notes that the cargo rates have not been changed since 2017. In your response to the recommendation, 10 states that you intend to prepare a financial improvement plan, including reassessing cargo rates by the end of this year. Are you able and willing to provide this committee with progress in developing that financial improvement plan?
Thanks for the question. Through the chair, again, many components to that question. The first part of the statement of question actually comes back to having losses which would not be losses if the EIs were paid as output payments. I think there was a reference in your question, Mr. Hugh, to projected loss of 9 million. The EI is 9.1 million. So if it were allocated that way, it's and that's the court that we try to play in. Was a question about cargo rates. The Auditor General could have picked many things to say, well, to improve your financial performance, you can look at cutting costs, which is very difficult for us to do because we operate very lean, despite what people may think. We operate very lean and efficiently, and to cut costs is not something that's very easy for us to do because we have already gone through so many cost-cutting exercises over the years and refined and leaned down, and we operate so lean, there's not much to trim. So the answer could come from increasing our revenues. And if someone looks at our cargo rates, for instance, and say, well, they haven't changed in all these years, one could speculate that maybe this is an area where you could generate some more revenue. The first thing is the percentage of our revenues that we derive from transporting cargo. It's not that significant a piece of the pie where moving the needle will have a dramatic effect. We would have to move the needle so much for it to have a reasonable effect that it's not practical. But what we also need to remember is that air freight sounds like quick cargo that people are willing to pay a premium for. Drop it off today, it's on a flight tomorrow. What most people don't realize is that that is not the case. We are only allowed to transport cargo on our passenger flights if the shipper is registered as a known shipper. This is something that came about after 9/11. Okay? So the vast majority of our customers, not the vast majority of our cargo, but the vast majority of our customers are not known shippers. So their cargo has to come on one of our scheduled cargo flights, which is 2 times a week or 3 times a week. And when you look at the schedule of operations for that and you compare it to ocean freight, we're not offering that quick cargo service. We'll save you a day versus ocean freight. So when we look at prices, the first place we look is, what are the prices being charged for ocean freight? And is there room for us to exploit that small advantage of one day by enough of a premium? And it typically has never existed. So we feel that messing with those rates, it's not that we're stupid, you know. We do know that if we charge more, we stand the potential to make more money. We also do know that if we charge more, we stand the potential to lose business and make less money. So it's an issue of constantly monitoring this, but without an articulated plan, without a document which demonstrates to the Auditor General that we do monitor this, that we do have something which says it's to be monitored every month, then I can't provide the evidence that makes the Auditor General have comfort in knowing that we are analyzing this. So one of the things we're doing going forward, not just with this, but wherever a plan needs to come about, it means we need to start documenting what we are already doing in a more articulate way. So in a board meeting, for instance, when we may look at the profitability of our routes, but you don't see anything recorded in the minutes which specifically says that the performance of Havana was scrutinized and a decision was taken to continue or not continue, then I have nothing to show the Auditor General. But the fact of the matter is the presentation is given and it's accepted, and there may be some informal chit-chat about it, and it's fine, but I have nothing to articulate. So when it comes now to this whole issue of having a financial improvement plan, a plan to improve our financial performance, again, it's about recording, documenting, having evidence that we can articulate. Because I can assure you, if you look at our strategic plan, if you look at anything that we do, you will find that it's riddled with measures to improve our financial performance. Let me give you an example. We have a program within our flight operations department which ensures we optimize and minimize fuel consumption. It means we fly the aircraft in a particular way. We operate at speeds, we take climb and descent profiles that will produce the best result from a financial perspective. It might not produce the best result from an on-time performance perspective, but it produces, and let's just say hypothetically, we call that program Make Every Drop Count, Make Every Drop of Fuel Count. If I have that documented and I said, here's a program, Make Every Drop Count, then the Auditor General sees an articulated plan to improve financial performance. The fact of the matter is, we do have all those measures in place, but how do I articulate to the Auditor General's office that you need to read all these manuals and I need to explain how all of this works? So we're riddled with it. We're riddled with measures. Our strategic plan is full of stuff, all of which is aimed at improving our financial performance. How do we tie it all together? And remember, a big part of what's viewed as poor financial performance, because it results in losses, it's not so much that we're losing money, it's how we record and demonstrate the application of the EI to fund the losses. So again, we embrace the recommendation. It does need tidying up. We want to be not just transparent, but we want to be articulate. So when people pick things up, they can see the true picture. And this is the issue that the Auditor General's office had with us.
Thank you. Thank you once again for that very detailed answer, Mr. Worms. Finally, for myself, you know, we were talking about financial performance, the EI investments, even going back to the Barbados route. And one of my observations, perhaps, could be that we start looking at the relationship between CAL and the owner's agreement. Perhaps we need to start looking at the strategic routes to be more like a charter. We often loosely talked about a seat costing $400, but the person daily spend $178 average, family of 5, 6.5 days stay. It's worth it to government to spend $400 for that seat, and maybe that just has to be the way we approach it, where even if we take it to Department of Tourism buys X amount of seats to New York or X amount of seats to LA from CAL, and then you almost have a similar agreement to what we discussed on the Barbados route. So just an observation from my perspective. Thank you very much for your answers.
Through the chair, could I just comment on what Mr. Hugh just said? Just to make a point. So there is an overarching theme, and the Auditor General did recognize it in the report, and that is the $200 million a year annual contribution toward the Cayman Islands economy. And I think even if the landscape is foggy, the billboard can be clearly read. And this is where I think successive administrations have seen the logic in whether the financial support to Cayman Airways is, 18 or 20 or 25 million. They know that the return, regardless of how you package that, the return to the economy, which means a betterment in the life for the people of the Cayman Islands, is in the $200 million range. And coincidentally, the father of discovering that notion is actually Mr. McKeever Bush, because he was the one who commissioned the first study done by Deloitte and Touche at the time, many years ago, which indicated the magnitude of the economic contribution. And what we have done over the years is we've renewed the study twice. We're often advised to do it again, but it's expensive to do, and we already know what the end result is going to be. It's not going to be any less of a contribution than it used to be. It's going to be more because it reflects inflation as well. And we do our own in-house calculations. We call it our strategic economic value calculations, which is based on the same methodology that was used when the economic impact studies were done. So, and again, it's an overarching theme, and I also think it's something that was visionary for the Cayman Islands to adopt as a perspective and outlook, because there are other state-owned airlines in the world that made tremendous socio-economic contributions to their society, and they have gone by the wayside because they were not profitable. And the end result is that those economies have suffered vastly because of the demise of these airlines when the focus was just profitability. So it's that overarching theme, I think, which has justified Cayman Airways' existence. I certainly subscribe to it, not because I'm the CEO and I have a vested interest in all things Cayman Airways. I subscribe to it because it makes sense. It's just perfectly logical. And this is what I think is the reason why the Cayman Islands government has to continue to support Cayman Airways. To not do so would be foolhardy. Thank you.
We're now going to turn our attention to route profitability, and for that line of questioning, I'm going to call on Ms. Barbara Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to our witness. The Auditor General's report highlighted that CAL's management prepares route profitability reports monthly. The report shows several loss-making routes under the core strategic, domestic, and strategic tourism categories. The report states that over 5 years, CAL only made a net profit on 7 of the total 69 flight routes operated during that time. It also states that all routes categories except surplus incurred losses between 2018 and 2022. The Auditor General said that it is unclear whether management and the board routinely assess underperforming routes to decide whether to continue or discontinue them. In your response to the recommendation, or recommendation number 11, you state that such assessments are already in place but not documented. And I think you have reiterated over and over that you have a lot of stuff in place, but they're not, in essence, documented. Can you explain the process for deciding to continue or discontinue routes that are not profitable?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, again, this comes back to if our EI was paid as an output payment, then there would be no overall losses. In which case, the vast majority of the routes would cover what's known now as their fully allocated costs, which is the variable costs plus the airline's overhead. Now, when the Auditor General speaks about the vast majority of routes not being profitable, that's on a fully allocated cost basis. in terms of covering their variable costs, meaning the ability to pay for themselves and generate a profit margin, which is then applied towards our overheads, the vast majority of the routes are actually profitable. Certainly everything in our core, right? The ones that may not be are some of the strategic tourism routes, and even that varies, but New York typically is the one that does the worst in terms of covering its variable costs. And the domestic strategic doesn't cover its variable costs. So the issue comes about now with the overheads. It's the contribution to the overheads. If it doesn't have enough of a contribution to cover its share of the overheads, then on a fully allocated cost basis, it's not profitable. But the problem is with our overheads, the fixed overheads. And we just spoke about issues like, when we have to find an additional $3.5 million to address an overhead expense like employee remuneration to satisfy the PAA, and adequate funding isn't there. Therein lies the conundrum. So the first thing that could be done to improve it is, again, if we can receive component of the EI that we need to apply to our operating expenses as an output payment, then it will address the apparent loss that's coming from our fixed costs. And then it would not be a finding or an observation that most routes are unprofitable. So again, it's all in the packaging. This is a little bit technical stuff, but Miss Angela, is that along the line, or would you like to comment on that? Maybe I'm not hitting the nail on the head. But what I do see is that most of our routes absolutely do cover variable costs. The only one that sticks out is New York. And we do it for strategic reasons.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. I think the discussion this morning has been helpful in that a lot of the losses relate to the way that you're funded, the equity injection versus output payments. And you did touch on a number of times where you do things, but they're not documented properly. So particularly the route profitability, when we looked at that, again, you told us the discussions happen, but it's not clear. And back to Ms. Barbara's question, the process for deciding whether to continue or discontinue with a route, and then whether that, now you may not want to document that in your board minutes, but the fact that the discussion happened and you've decided to go ahead, despite it making a loss, is something that would be transparent decision making. So again, I think Ms. Barbara was trying to get to what are some of the things that you take into account when making those decisions about continuing with routes.
Well, certainly on the variable cost level, if a route is not covering its variable costs, so it's a loss maker on its first premise, then why do we do it? If it falls in strategic tourism or strategic domestic, then the reason why we do it is because it's been done for strategic reasons. Its purpose is not to necessarily make money. Its purpose is to have another effect which is beneficial to the Cayman Islands. And this is where the shareholder collaboration comes into play. These are the factors that the board takes into consideration. So you may find with New York, we may say we should discontinue flying that route because it loses money. But we don't. And we don't have anything recorded which illustrates to the Auditor General now how we came to the conclusion that we don't. But the reality is we didn't, because we know we're receiving an output payment from the government to operate that route at a loss strategically. Now, as to how many flights per week to New York, that again is not clear. But that was addressed earlier in the shortcomings to do with how the airlift framework and its funding is allocated across that framework. So that does need work with the shareholder. And I think we're committed to a time frame on that, which would allow us the time to work with the shareholder to refine that process.
Mr. Worms, just one quick question from me. Why is New York such a poor performer?
You know, the sword often has two sides, or always has two sides. So our presence on that route, of course, it's aligned with the DOT's marketing efforts on that route. And that route is one of the gateways to a very affluent, you know, that tri-state area, which is right in the DOT's target market set. So the DOT makes significant spend. We work with them, and we're there to help keep the others on the route who are there because of the DOT's marketing efforts. We're there to keep them honest. The instant we leave the other airlines flying to New York or directly out of JFK on their own, then the airfare element, because there's no competition. It's not that we're setting low fares, but we're there to provide a competitive environment which has them remain honest. And sometimes we don't even have to do it a lot. We just need to be on the route once or twice a week, you know, and it provides that competitive environment. So we look at the effect of that too, and we'll say, you know, if we get off the route, then, you know, look at what, you know, JetBlue is charging from JFK to Turks and Caicos, for argument's sake, and that gives us an indication of what we could expect if we did. So we do all these things, and there's thought that goes into it. But is it documented in a way that illustrates that good thought went into it? And that's the Auditor General's point. So we have to agree that we need to do a better job at that. But we will also insist that we are doing it in the background. It's just not the ability to provide the evidence is the issue.
I don't know if this question is relevant either, but let me just ask it in terms of the routes. How many routes have been canceled in recent years due to unprofitability? But I'm a little confused with the whole thing with most of the routes are not, do make a profit. So
okay, when we say recent years, I don't know how far back we want to go, but let me use some examples. So we used to fly to Panama, and it was profitable, but we discontinued the service. And we opted to use the aircraft to venture into a U.S. strategic tourism gateway, which we knew would not start off profitable. So what business sense does that make? It's all strategic. If the strategic effort requires New York to work, as an example, but Panama, which is generating a small profit, the fact that it exists in our schedule hinders the accomplishment of the strategic mission, which for the airline creates a loss, but for the Cayman Islands creates a huge positive impact. You'll find now that the decision may be to cancel a profitable route. It's all about opportunity costs. And the converse holds true as well. Sometimes, if you were to find that a route like Jamaica suddenly became unprofitable, then there's no question it would get canceled, because there's no strategic reason to continue to fly to Jamaica. The issue comes about now, how do we demonstrate to the public and to the Auditor General and to everybody that this is what's going on behind the scenes? So I just explained the process we use to decide what routes get canceled and which ones don't. But I also made a point in the process that it's not just about profitability. There's a huge focus on the strategic reasons And this is why the airlift framework came about in the first place, to introduce the notion of strategic tourism and strategic domestic, strategic things. Just to clarify, in speaking about Panama, I'm not speaking about the Panama service now. I'm speaking about in the days of old when we...
Okay, next area we want to examine, Mr. Worms, is HR data. Mr. Bush was supposed to be leading that, but I see he's not in his seat, so I'll just go ahead and pick it up with it and ask the question, you these couple of questions. The Auditor General's report highlighted that Cayman Airways staff turnover ranged from 7 to 13% between 2018 and 2022, averaging 11%. However, she noted that Cayman Airways does not routinely collect or monitor this information. We understand from your response to recommendation 13 that you will regularly collect human resources data and statistics by the end of June to inform decision making. Can you tell us what progress you've made with improving the use of HR data to inform decision making?
Thank you for the question, sir. That one was just touched on the turnover. I think we spoke about that earlier, yeah, where I said in actuality, that's an example of a measurement that we yep, wouldn't press a button and print, but we were doing all of the background work in a more granular level. What we have done is we've added to the reports that exist more data along this line, more of the sort of stuff that we know will be assistive in articulating what we're doing in the background. So we have enhanced reports. This particular board, actually, it wouldn't show in the period, the time frame that was under review, but this particular board had actually instituted quite early in their tenure, maybe 7 or 8 months in. There's a People's Initiative subcommittee of the board, and one of the things that they focused on was to have enhanced reporting actually for the board's purpose. From HR. So I don't know if I ever did share that report with the Auditor General's office, because it would have been outside of the audit period. But that's an example where a lot of work has been done already with a vast improvement in the terms of the metrics and KPIs that we're looking at. We have also just completed an internal review of our HR processes, and we did it with the assistance of some outside help. One of the things that came about from this review was that our HR unit is in fact understaffed, and there was a recommendation as to how to most efficiently increase the staff component. We have 4 generalists within our HR unit, and while that's good on the one hand, because each of our HR officers or managers, director, are all capable of handling anything HR related, we found that the vast majority of issues that arise, and this again is by scrutinizing data, the vast amount of HR issues arising are actually simple things that do not require a high level of HR expertise to address. So there's the notion of introducing an HR administrator to the team to field all of these things. So again, much of this is data driven. I chose to mention that because it demonstrates some work that's just been completed. We're putting together, the internal analysis, but it has led to decision making now, which is actually telling us, given the nature of the issues that our HR department are plagued with, there's a particular skill set that we need to insert. And to be honest with you, we didn't realize it until we had another set of eyes take a look and say, hey, there's a simple solution for this. So that had its genesis from the Auditor General's report.
And then final section I want to touch on, and we've talked at it, Mr. Worms probably quite extensively mentioned in several of your responses, and that is the implementation of Section 47 of the Public Authorities Act. But the PAC, in one of its reports, made a recommendation that will be tabled this month in Parliament that all SAGCs implement Section 47 of the Act. How will you respond to that?
Well, we already have complied with the requirements of the PA, which was not to create full parity. It was to narrow the terms and conditions, narrow the gaps. The only thing that was very specific is that all the jobs had to have been evaluated and using the same methodology as used by core government, which is the Hay method. And that was done. That was a mandatory bit. The rest of it, there's more latitude for the application of discretion, whereby what does narrowing the gap mean? So what we would like to do, or what we, or you know, subsequent boards, the past board and the previous board, the intent, as I understand it, is we would really like to get more parity with the civil service, because that's what our employees want. You know, it doesn't matter what the Act says about closing the gap. In our minds, in the minds of our employees, closing the gap means matching pension, matching post-retirement health care, matching health care premium contributions. Now, we pay 75% of a private health care insurance premium. In the civil service, you pay zero. The employee pays zero. So these are areas where our employees see themselves behind. And this is without even going to areas such as we work a 40-hour work week, whereas the civil service is 37 and a half. And the monthly salary scales, if we were to break it down to hourly, even though we have parity with the monthly salary scales, if you break it down to hourly, our staff is still 6.5% behind, because their hourly rates are 6.5% behind. So you work an hour extra overtime at Cayman Airways, you're going to get paid an hour 6.5% less than if you worked it with. We have not even looked at that, because the practicality of where these funds will come from, you know, who knows? So.
And that was one of the questions I wanted to lead into this, because you said you'd started that whole process and at a cost of 2.6 million.
Right.
And then you're also estimating it'll cost another 3.5 million. Have you had any discussions with government about the potential funding of that? And, you know, are they aware of what it's going to take for you to do it?
Well, let's put it this way. For the 24-25 budget cycle, we put in the budget the funding for what we have already committed to for both years.
And that would be?
It was approved for 24. We did not get it in
for 25. Okay.
So what does that tell me about 26 and 27? I can only hope.
Yeah.
But what's left to be done, it's going to be defined by what financial resources we have to do it. That's what's going to determine. It may well be that we do no more. My point being that we have already complied with the PAA, because the requirement is to narrow the differences, and we have narrowed the differences.
Yes.
Right? The extent to which they're narrowed now, that's subjective.
Any other questions? Well, Mr. Worms, it's been a marathon session with you this morning, sir. But I thank you for your candidness and your response to the questions before the committee. Members of the committee, this brings us to the lunch break. It is now 20 minutes to 1. I am going to be a little bit mean here and say let's take no more than 35 minutes. Come back at 1:15 so we can try and get back a little bit on schedule, because we did start a bit late. But again, I want to thank you again, Mr. Worms, for your presence here. We will begin after lunch. I think the next person that we will have in the chamber will be Dr. John Paul Clark, who is the chairman of the board, and that will be followed by Mr. Strandbaden, who is the chief officer of the Ministry of Tourism and Ports. So thank you again, and you want comment you want to make, sir?
Yes, thank you very much. I actually wanted to have opened, if I had the opportunity, to thank the Auditor General's office for what was, I would say, it must have been quite an intensive process for you, because the amount of work that we had to do was quite a bit, and it must have meant that you had to do even more work. The review actually started in 2019 and was interrupted by COVID, the pandemic. And after the pandemic, the scope was adjusted so that the review could even take a look at how we handled the COVID pandemic. And the report is, it's been said that the report is favorable, but if someone really takes the time to read the entire report, you will see that there's a myriad of things that were not mentioned today because there were no findings to do with them. And there are huge and significant things that are working well at Cayman Airways. And again, we thank the Auditor General because this becomes a record that brings this to light, even though the public may not be aware of it unless they actually read the reports. The public only grasps what's in the media, etc. 14 recommendations. Some of them sound a lot worse than they actually are, but they're all just recommendations because this is a review against best practice. It's not a review against statutory or regulatory requirements, and this is why we embrace them, because we're in search of excellence. We want best practice. We want to be able to be transparent and articulate. So I thank the Auditor General's office and their team. Mr. Bradfield, especially, we had so many interactions over such a long time. You know, the audit process itself, if you were to combine everything, it was probably closer to 2 years worth of work, I would say. So this was not a quick review that was done by the Auditor General's office. It was thorough, intensive, and deep. And we're accustomed to being criticized for everything we do. That's the life we live at Cayman Airways, right? If the weather is bad in Honduras and we can't fly, we get blamed for it, right? If the weather is bad, but it was within limits and we flew there, we get blamed for that too. We get blamed, right? If we put a bottle of water on the airplane that's economical for us to purchase in bulk, but it's not a Caymanian brand, we get blamed for it. If we put the Caymanian brand on board the aircraft, we get blamed for it because it's too expensive. So everything we do, we're criticized. So it's good when an informed and educated set of eyes could have taken a look at what we do and came up with what we consider to be reasonably positive. It inspires us and it helps us to go, to continue doing what we're doing, because it is hard when there's no pleasing anybody. So I just wanted to close with that. Thank you.
Thank you too, sir. Well, we'll break for the lunch. We have 30 minutes and then we'll be back at 1:15. Thank you all. I'd like to go and call this meeting to order, if I could, members. Please be seated. Our next witness is Mr. Dr. John Paul Clark, and we invite him into the chamber. Good afternoon, Dr. Clark. I thank you very much for appearing before this committee today as we are examining this report that was issued by the Auditor General regarding Cayman Airways. So we're glad to have you here. And I have to tell you, sir, we're not going to keep you very long. We have decided, we had the CEO of the airline here earlier this morning and right up until the lunch break. And he did a really thorough job of answering the questions that we had of him, some of which we were going to be asking you as well. But we are going to focus specifically on the area of governance with you in terms of our questioning this afternoon, and that will be the extent of our discussions with you and the questions that we will want to ask you. So, the Auditor General published her work back in the report back in March, and this was Auditor General's first overarching report and review of CAL's performance. And I have to say, I do believe that it was fair to say that the report presents a very positive view of Cayman Airways, and I was particularly pleased to see that. And in particular, governance and oversight of Cayman Airways has improved. That was a feature of a mention in her report. Although she noted that there are a few areas outstanding from previous Auditor General's report, the Auditor General noted a few significant areas that the committee would like to probe a little further with you today. As I mentioned, we have cut that back quite significantly and will focus primarily on governance. So I'm going to get right into it. So two very small sections: board skills and experience, and also the performance evaluations, are two areas we wanted to explore with you that were featured in her report. I'm going to turn things over to Ms. Barbara Connolly, who is going to lead the questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Dr. Clark. So I'm going to speak to the board skills and experience. The Auditor General's report highlighted that the entire non-executive board of Cayman Airways was replaced in 2021, leaving only the 4 ex officio non-voting members with a corporate memory. The report notes that the current board has the skills and experience required by the Public Authorities Act. However, the Auditor General also noted that the change in board members in 2021 would have reduced their individual and collective experience as a board. It was further noted that the Office of the Auditor General had recommended in 2017 that Cayman Airways prepare a skills matrix to inform the Cabinet of the desired qualities when considering new board appointments. The board had yet to do this. We note that from the response to recommendation 4 that you agreed to develop a skills matrix by the end of this year. So my question is, or at least my first question is, what are your thoughts on changing all non-executive board members at the same time? And have you experienced any challenges that this may have caused?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Clark, can I just ask you to state your full name and your position for the record?
My apologies. My full name is John Paul Barrington Clark, and I'm the chairman of the board of Cayman Airways. Through you, Mr. Chairman, in any organization, corporate memory is an important factor. I will say that from my own experience when I took a sabbatical to work at United Technologies as a VP of Strategic Technology, we actually created a program there to keep the corporate memory of our technical fellows, the people who are the engineering geniuses in the corporation as they retire, to keep that collective memory. So I am one who, in my lifetime, have strongly supported the keeping of corporate memory. I think it's always good practice to keep some previous members of a board or any organization and do a sort of a graduated thing as you transition. I will say that for me and the current board, I did not feel that there was significant or any loss of memory, because a number of the board members either had recently retired from Cayman Airways and had been corporate officers. I speak of my deputy chairman, Chris Bergstrom, Tyrone Wells as well, and Stephanie have all worked there, and they've been involved in different aspects. So I feel that I had that aspect on there that might have that compensated for whatever losses that might have happened. But in principle, I am supportive of keeping that memory going and having a gradual transition.
Thank you, Dr. Clark, for that response. My second question is, what are your views on the skills and qualities needed for the Cayman Airways board now or in the future?
Thank you for the question, through you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things that I instituted when I became chairman in 2020, was it 2022? Late 2022, sorry, was to actually have a board self-assessment at the end of every calendar year. I serve on some number of corporate boards. I also chair the NASA Aeronautics Committee. And so this is one of the things that I'm accustomed to doing as part of being on a board. And through that self-assessment, we looked at things like the actual board composition, we looked at the board culture, and we also looked at how well the executive management responded to the direction of the board. In that self-assessment, we actually went through and looked at the skills that were required from an airline. Thankfully, like I said, Chris is an airline experienced. Tyrone, I have consulted for many airlines around the world. And so we actually went through and did an assessment of what was needed. We felt that the current board has what is needed. There's some potential additions, for example, in IT, but we're still going through that process to meet that deadline for the end of the year to have a proper skills matrix with all the validation and all the supporting documentation by the end of the year. But we have done 2 successive years of skills assessment and self-evaluation of how well we have been progressing, and we have been quite honest with ourselves, and we try to keep honest, and we work as a good team to cover all the bases. And one of the things that we've done is we've actually energized our subcommittees and our subcommittee chairs. So for example, on HR, Director Shana Miles was heading that subcommittee, and she created a template for HR reporting to the board, which looks at hires, people who are either terminated or retired, changes in policy, HR policy, all the sort of what we call progression planning. I don't know if the CEO spoke about that. We can't pick somebody, for example, for a position before it's competed, but we have a policy now at Cayman Airways of what we call progression planning, which is to make sure that folks who could be eligible for it are properly prepared before the competition becomes for the position when people retire or move on. So we follow that very closely, and we keep track of all of those things, and we spread the load around. And Chris is in charge of Captain Bergstrom, sorry, is in charge of the safety committee. I was in charge of the commercial committee until Jude Scott stepped down, and for good governance, Tyrone Wells is now running that committee, and Marco Archer is running legal and finance and audit committee. So we have it spread out. The committees work very actively. They come back to every meeting with a report. On the commercial committee, for example, we meet with the CFO, Paul Tibbetts, and his entire commercial team, looking at all the routes and looking at our network on a monthly basis and making recommendations back to the board.
Chairman,
Yes.
just an observation.
Mr. Bush, go ahead.
In regards to changes to the board, we, as you know, we are allowed by law in a government to change a whole board when a new government or when a government changes or new government comes in. That is something that is common practice, and I don't think our administrative law rules it out. I don't know of any, but and I do think also that we can say we, as a government, any government have every right to change the board composition when a government deems it necessary to carry out the government's policies. That's. I had some question. I don't know if it's at this point or not, but it's
Does
getting
it
to
concern
the
the
last
area which we're discussing right now?
Sorry?
Does it concern the area that we're dealing with right now?
I just don't want to have to go to the bathroom when you ask my questions.
Apologies, sir. Dr. Clark, you mentioned the assessments that you have done and assessing the particular skills that might be needed, and you mentioned IT. Are there any others that might be done, and are you contemplating making recommendations to government with regard to potential changes?
We are, ideally potential additions, not necessarily changes, because I think our board members are working quite effectively. But we are, and it's a little premature to give you the full list right now, but I just mentioned IT because that's one of the things that we have identified when we're looking at our strategic planning and are looking at our OKRs, which I'm happy to talk about in our governance structure. That was one area where we felt that across the enterprise, we needed to boost our IT capabilities because airlines, as you know, are high technical and a lot more software and a lot more sort of specialized software are involved in running an airline. And so having someone who has some experience in that area would be helpful on the board. But that's just one I mentioned, but we will have a complete skill matrix, as I said, with recommendations, which we will pass on.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bush, you want to proceed?
Point, yes. Two areas, Mr. Chairman. The Office of the Auditor General team told us that, Mr. Chairman, you have improved the performance reporting in the draft 2023 annual report. But there are a few areas, there's scope to improve further. And for example, we understand that despite setting metrics in the 2023 and 2028 business plan, you have not reported yet performance against all of those things. Can you tell us the board's role in developing and improving the annual report? 1 and 2, any plans to enhance the performance reporting in the annual report?
Thank you. Excellent question. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I am a systems engineer, an aerospace engineer, but systems engineer, and I am a firm believer in having high-level goals that flow down to actual functional requirements, that flow down to metrics. And we're in the process of doing that right now through our revision to our strategic plan, which we welcome the Auditor General's note about that, and we're working on that. So to your specific question about the annual report, I believe we were sort of, I would say, satisfying the requirement, the statutory requirements on reports, and it was, to quite honestly, a sort of bare bones report which checked the boxes. We are working to improve that, and I think one of the things that the Auditor General, at least in conversations with me when she interviewed me, was the fact that we don't sing and provide our praises or provide context around the reporting. The reporting is a lot more financial. So we're working on that for the next report to make it more in line with what I would say would be a corporate type report, as opposed to just the minimum functional requirements in a template that's supplied by government office departments.
I didn't have a follow-up, but I had a separate question.
Go ahead and ask your questions.
That the chairman might be able to shed some light on. Cayman Airways, I think a lot of times they're put at a commercial disadvantage by having to follow government's procurement processes. And for example, which you would do, for example, when trying to acquire a new aircraft, you got to go through all the hoops and the loops and everything else that is put in place. And how has Cayman Airways absorbed additional costs due to the PAA 47?
Thank you for the question. To you, Mr. Chairman, I will try to unpack both. With regards to the procurement rules, aircraft are, I hate to use the word, hot commodity. And it is sometimes disadvantageous to us to actually have to identify an airplane that is available and then have to go through the procurement process, because in that time, it's gone. And you will note, and you might recall, that you appropriated funds for a third Twin Otter in the previous year, and it took us a fair bit of time, and everybody was asking, why haven't we gotten this third Twin Otter? I can tell you of at least 5 or 6 airplanes that we had identified, spoken to the owners of the airplane about purchasing it, done the checks to see the airplane met all our needs, and then by the time you looked around and we said, okay, let's go now to get the procurement done, the airplane was gone. And then we had to start over again. I mean, I've seen it done in other countries where you do like a mortgage pre-clearance, where you actually do the procurement analysis based on a range of performance and prices, and then once you get into that slot, then you are able to act. So it's like buying a house, which the problem is you go and bid on a house and then you can't get the mortgage. Having mortgage pre-clearance, something like that would be very advantageous to us in terms of getting these items that are hard to come by or it's very competitive, and the procurement process lends it out. And that's just my thinking of how one might deal with it within a formal review process. So that is a suggestion. With regard to your second question, to you, Mr. Chairman, quite honestly, we've had to raise revenue. All the costs from the PAA, pilot contract, fuel prices, our board was determined not to have to come back for supplemental appropriations in any way. And we've cut costs, we've started new routes, we've put on sales, we've been watching each route very, very closely. And if there was a route that was performing and the loads were going down, we'll change frequency, we'll change time of days to basically make sure that our airplanes are as full as possible and we're getting the most possible. So I think the number is that we've raised revenue, record revenue by about 12 million in 2023 to basically offset those additional costs. You heard about the PAA, but also fuel prices, et cetera. So we have been focused strongly on revenue. We're actually looking now at some of our partnership programs, and I hope to have more later in the year to talk about that as the way to increase additional revenue. Because revenue, because we got to cover costs, and I'm sure the CEO has said, and he's fond of saying, we run a bare bones operation. So, cutting more is not the way to go, and in the airline business, cutting your way to profitability is never a good idea.
You finished, Mr. Bush? Yeah? Okay. Ms. Conley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, my second question is on performance evaluations. The Auditor General noted that her office had previously recommended in 2013 that the CAL board evaluate the performance of the President and Chief Executive Officer on an annual basis. This is important for holding the CEO to account. However, the report states that the board did not formally assess the performance of the CEO between 2018 and 2022. The board started the CEO assessment in 2023, but had yet to finish it at the time of the report in March 2024. We also note that the board did not assess his performance between 2018 and 2022. Again, the board started to do this in 2023, but had yet to finish the evaluation at the time of the report. In your response to the Auditor General's recommendation 7, you stated that you would complete these evaluations by the end of April 2024. Can you give this committee an update on the completion of the CEO's performance evaluation and clarification of the period this covers?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. The CEO's performance for 2023 was completed in the first quarter of 2024 and reported out. I formed an ad hoc committee of the board to conduct the review, chaired by my deputy chairman, Chris Bergstrom, and also consisting of Director Stephanie Banks, who was in charge of the People's and Culture Committee, or People's Initiative Committee, Robert Hurlston, and Director Shanna Miles. That group conducted a 360-degree review of the CEO, interviewing all his direct reports and all the board members, including themselves, of course, giving rankings, areas of concern, and areas of improvement, and that report was duly provided to the board for our discussion and deliberation. We also reviewed the performance of the CEO relative to what we call our OKRs. So I had the good fortune to have gone to a leadership training at West Point, and from the Thayer Leadership Group, which I actually, not as a commercial, but I strongly encourage. It's really great. And one of those things that I learned there was this whole issue of commander's intent, which is for leadership to provide those who report to them clear instructions on what they want and when they want it, and leave it to them to figure out how to get the things done and report back on their plans for do that and agreeing on that. So in January of last year, the board put together a series of commander's intent for what specific thing. Here's what we want you as CEO and your management team and the airline to do. Those commander's intent were given in terms of what we call objectives and key results. Here are the objectives we want to achieve. Here are the key results that are measures within the SMART methodology that you have to achieve and by what time. We review those OKRs quarterly, and we also at the end of the year did a complete review at our retreat in January and was scored on that. We also had a scoring of the airline's performance in 11 metrics. You can tell I'm an engineer, can't you? And 11 metrics that were general airline performance metrics, and those also went into part of the CEO's review. So it was for 2023. We also, because the Auditor General pointed out that the CEO was not evaluated in the period of the audit, we also conducted in 2023 a review of that performance, but not at the level of the OKRs, because the OKRs were not obviously defined for the period before I became chair. And so we did that at the managerial level, and that review was conducted by myself, Director Bergstrom, and Director Miles. And that was also completed and reviewed with the CEO as well. So we're up to date, and we have, like the board self-assessment, that's something that we're programmed in, that is going to be done annually. And what we've actually also started putting a board charter, formal board charter, which goes through and specifies, incorporates the PA, all the public accounts laws by statute. And so one of the things that we're going to be doing is adjusting the board charter to make sure that it is in there. Obviously, future board can change the board charter, but at least it will be in there. That will be an annual review process.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. You've answered all of my questions in that one response, so thank you very much.
It's welcome.
Members have any other questions? No? Dr. Clark, that concludes our examination and questioning of you as a witness today. I thank you for being here once again, and I wish you continued success doing your role as chairman of Cayman Airways. We do appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
And thank you again. You're excused, sir.
Thank you.
Our next witness is going to be Mr. Strandbaden, the Chief Officer in the Ministry of Tourism and Ports. Good afternoon, Mr. Baden. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. You are the last witness of the day, and I'm hoping, well, I know we're going to not keep you as long as we had ideally planned to. As I mentioned with our previous witness, the CEO of the company did a really good job this morning of answering a lot of the queries and stuff, and gave us solid answers to what we were looking at, and so that we feel that there's, in some of these things, that no need really to question you on it as well. Because so we have narrowed down the scope of the questions that we are going to be asking you this afternoon, and so hopefully we can be through quite quickly. When you're asked your first question, I'll just ask you to state your full name and your position for the record for us. So you know that the Auditor General issued her report in March, and it being the first overarching review of Cayman Airways' performance. And, you know, it seems to me, fairly clear to me, that the report presents a very positive image of Cayman Airways and its operations. And it is pleasing to note that good working relationship that exists between CAL, the Ministry, and the Department of Tourism. But the report does highlight a number of issues, and she made, I think, 14 recommendations that came in the report. So we've heard from the CEO and the chairman earlier, and we wanted to follow up on some issues with you as Chief Officer in the Ministry of Tourism and Ports. So the first area, we're going to turn first to the financial performance. And I'm going to ask, oh, no, there's one before that. It's a standalone sort of topic, and that is the National Tourism Plan. The Auditor General's report stated that the National Tourism Plan expired at the end of 2023. And the plan provided high-level strategic direction to CAL, as well as other public bodies. We understand that you intend to roll the plan forward while developing a new plan. Can you give us an indication of the timetable for the preparation of a new national tourism plan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to yourself and members. Strandbaden, Chief Officer in the Ministry of Tourism and Ports. Thank you for the question. So, Mr. Chairman, what we decided in the Ministry and Department of Tourism in relation to the National Tourism Plan was, given the timing that it expired in 2023, that it is still a very dynamic and comprehensive document, and we decided to roll that forward. We will actually be publishing that roll forward document this month, and then develop a new National Tourism Plan as per the report that will be next year. Now, the timing for that, what is anticipated is that the next administration of government will be their plan, and be able to take that forward during that term in terms of the initiatives, any projects identified, any changes in perspectives in terms of how to best leverage tourism for the entrepreneurship and employees in tourism. So that was the thought process in it. Given the election in due by April next year, we envision that we can have a plan in place, a brand new plan by December 31st next year.
And secondly, then, can you give us some indication of what the process will be for developing that plan, and with including engaging key stakeholders such as Cayman Airways and tourism, CETA and other entities in terms of development of that policy.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. So I'll have to answer and repeat exactly what you just said. The National Tourism Plan process is always a very stakeholder engagement focused process. So we typically have meetings in each and every district throughout the 3 islands. We have focus groups with all major stakeholders. We meet with CITA, SITA, being the Sister Islands Tourism Association as well. So we're very all-encompassing in our approach and engaging stakeholders to get their focus in terms of determining the way forward for tourism.
Thank you for those comprehensive answers as well. Let's now turn to the financial performance, unless other members have questions about the tourism model, the tourism plan. No? Let's turn then now to financial performance and the funding model. For that, we turn to Ms. Barbara Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To our witness, the Auditor General's report noted that the airlift framework provides the overarching funding model for Cayman Airways. However, the report states that the airlift framework does not clearly state what costs the government's funding should cover. The Auditor General concluded that the funding model is unclear. The Auditor General specifically mentions that it was unclear why the strategic domestic category is not fully funded. This category covers flights across the 3 islands and provides a lifeline service for Caymanians that live in the Sister Islands. We understand that the Ministry and Cayman Airways plan to work on the funding model in time for the 2026-2027 budget cycle. So my question is, what is your view on the fitness for purpose of the airlift framework?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, thank the member for the question. So myself, from the ministry perspective, I believe the airlift framework is a very robust process and document. Now, can we make tweaks to it? Can we make it more detailed? Yes, we can, and we commit to doing that. In respect of the strategic domestic, and not obviously for this audience in here, especially yourself, Mr. Chairman, as a former Minister of Finance, but I would have to just briefly state the budget process, whereby the ministry would receive an operational and capital expenditure targets. That then filters down into the various ministry targets, into the entity targets. So we would have identified an overall number for Cayman Airways. From an operational perspective, that's split between CAL 1, CAL 2, strategic domestic and strategic tourism. So that overall number now is what we have to divide between the two. Now, given government's many competing priorities, not least of which healthcare, education, social welfare, provision of roads and other infrastructure, Cayman Airways competes with those. So once we have that global amount for Cayman Airways, it would be, if we then were to increase CAL 1, for example, strategic domestic, to say cover more of those costs, what we would be doing is reducing CAL 2, strategic tourism, because we have that global amount allocated for Cayman Airways. So it would be as they say, taken from Peter to pay Paul. No pun intended with the staff member. But that would be the answer, that to increase Cal 1, to fully fund strategic domestic, we would have to decrease Cal 2, strategic tourism. And whether that would be acceptable, because then that could be a discussion point as well, that strategic tourism is severely underfunded. I hope that at least explains a bit more in terms of the perspective in terms of Cal 1.
So if I could just jump in here and just ask a quick question then, in terms of the allocation then between, not the operational, but between operational and equity injection, is that determined, are those numbers given to you then by the Ministry of Finance, or are allocations given to you by the Ministry of Finance, or do you determine that allocation in conjunction with Cayman Airways?
Mr. Chairman, it's a combination of both. So we get our target, which is based on historical budgets, right? Typically based on the previous years, and we roll that forward.
No further questions from you, Ms. Barbara? Okay, we're going to turn next then and look at the approved budgets and the use of equity injections. And for that, we turn to Mr. Hugh to lead the questioning.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to Chief Officer. We heard earlier from the CEO about the reasons why equity investments are used for, or EIs are used for operating, part of the operating budget, and how that was explained. But I think on the question about the budgeting, he suggested that perhaps the ministry could add some more to that. And so over the 5 years from 2018 to 2022, the government approved the CAL budget for $37.5 million in equity injections. And we understand, as I said, it was explained earlier, that these were used, why they are used sometimes for operational over capital. But Auditor General also highlighted that CAL's approved budgets were less than requested during the 5 years. In fact, Exhibit 16 in the report shows that CAL received the funding requested for strategic domestic routes. However, it also shows that CAL requested around $9 million more for CAL 2 routes over the 5 years than was approved. The report states that the government covers CAL's revenue budget shortfall with equity injections. And we also heard that the CEO, in his response to one of the recommendations, is planning to prepare a more realistic budget for the 2026-2027 budget cycle. So are there reasons for the requested budgets not being approved? And do you foresee any issues for the CEO and the board in presenting a realistic budget in 2026-2027?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank the member for the question. So again, it comes down to the budgeting exercise of the entire government. So again, Cayman Airways competes with other priorities of the government. So the two outputs, CAL 1 and CAL 2, strategic domestic and strategic tourism, is a recurrent expenditure of the government. It impacts their profit or their loss in terms of the operational expenses, as I understand. The equity injection is a capital investment, so that doesn't hit the profit and loss, the income statement of the government. So it has been historically, as long as I've been in the ministry, an easier exercise to identify funding on the capital side to fund Cayman Airways as opposed to the operational side, because there's so much competing priorities, again, for recurrent expenditure. Again, education, health, social welfare, the running of the country, police, etc. But on the capital side, there tends to be some more flexibility in terms of what is spent in that area, and the availability of funding for the equity injection, EI1 for Cayman Airways, is typically where any funding that's needed above what has been a historical average is where that gets allocated. And that's what I've seen since I've been in the ministry, that is an easier exercise to do. When you look at the government overall, it was, as you're well aware, entire public sector funding is easier to identify funding on the capital side as opposed to the operational side. And a lot of the funding for Cayman Airways is historical. The numbers for Cal 1 and Cal 2 have pretty much been the same since I've been in the ministry for, which is about 12 years now. So once again, it comes down to the budgeting exercise, the competing priorities of government in terms of what they have to fund in a budget cycle, where Cal can get that additional funding if needed.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I thank the Chief Officer for that answer. We spoke earlier, Chief Officer, about and we clearly understand now the economic impact Cayman Airways has on the country and why we run these strategic routes. There was a lot of discussion around how we account for these, how do we document governments or the shareholders' purchase agreement for these on these strategic routes, and separating them, as far as not showing the route as a loss, but showing it as perhaps one that is lack of a better word, subsidized. And I know the CEO spoke in depth about the commercial sensitivity of showing subsidies and that sorts of stuff. Do you feel there is a better way that you can have a purchase agreement for these strategic routes that would make it clearer and much more transparent? We talked about charters, and we talked about the commercial agreement between Cayman Airways and the Barbados government. Is that a model that we could use, or some extract of that model to better or to make it more transparent where we are supporting these strategic routes?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the member for the question. So how we structure the airlift framework between core, strategic domestic, strategic tourism, and surplus really maps out the different categories of routes. Now, what we did with the funding model, the pricing model for the Barbados route, we considered that a charter in terms of covering costs to make sure that there was no downside for the Cayman Islands as a whole. To really address the funding of the strategic domestic and strategic tourism routes, again, if the funding we received from government could be classified as output payments, that would address the losses in terms of those routes that are under those categories. Because again, they're not funded. What we would fund through the EI solely would be any long-term debt, which is typically what you would want to see funded from an equity injection, as opposed to operating losses. But the ministry understands the confines in which the government as a whole operates, and is where we would like that, and we would recommend that, is not always possible given the competing priorities and the accounting treatments that are included in an entire public sector budgeting exercise.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, thank the Chief Officer for that. It seems in everything we've spoken about this morning, one of the clear messages I get is that there's a lack of clear documentation and I guess transparency in how a lot of these accounting dressings are done, and how we account for the funding used by Cal. And it was, I guess this is probably just more of a comment, that if we were able and under audits to say, and we were speaking of New York earlier, and we know what the economic impact of a tourist from New York brings to the country, and we know that it far surpasses the cost of that seat. But if if DOT said, listen, we think we can get 100,000 people from New York, we need to keep that route competitive, and Cal says we think New York on its own runs a 30% load factor, then, I'm just using hypothetical numbers, obviously. And then the government says, or DOT says, okay, well, we'll buy the other 30%. So we guarantee you that 30%. I don't know how practical that is in the grand scheme of things, but to me that seems as if when we are auditing, when we're looking at a route, it would be so much easier to look at New York and say, this is what New York is doing for us, this is what New York is doing for the country, and can be easily audited.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I would agree with that comment, sir. That is why New York features in our strategic tourism routes. So the tri-state area of New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut there is a target market for us, is a high target market. So we want to ensure that Cayman Airways is placed there. I think a previous witness actually outlined that we are in there to temper that price point of airfare to the Cayman Islands. So there are two airlines in there now, JetBlue and United, that are covering it. We fly in 3 times a week, but we are there to provide that checks and balances, Mr. Chairman, that area that is a target market for us that price point of airfare does not go too high that would make a Cayman Islands experience make you want to second guess it. Because we have seen that in other jurisdictions where they are in the unfortunate situation that they do not have a national flag carrier like we do, that they cannot do that, and they actually experience that. And what, on top of that, have to do on occasion, not all the time, is have revenue guarantees for those seats out of various jurisdictions. So by having Cayman Airways, we negate that. We can put them into key gateways in order to address those issues for the entire tourism industry, tourism sector as a whole.
If I could just ask one question. Do you feel Cayman Airways is actually achieving that in terms of tempering the fares?
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, the only way that we would truly know that is if we came out of the market of New York. But I believe that. I believe that we need to be in there. I think if we are not in there as, again, showing and servicing a strategic tourism route, that it would have a negative impact. Like I said, if the only way to truly know that is to come out of the market, but we are in there tempering it. What we are not doing is, we used to fly a higher frequency into New York. Given the service that is in there now, we temper it by only going 3 times a week because of the coverage and the service that is available through U.S. carriers.
Any more questions, Mr. Hugh? We turn then now to Ms. Barbara Connolly, who will speak again and ask you a couple of questions, some questions on regard to route profitability.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to our witness. The Auditor General's report states that CAL's management prepares route profitability reports monthly. The reports show several loss-making routes under the core strategic, domestic, and strategic tourism categories. Over 5 years, CAL only made a net profit on 7 of the total 69 flight routes operated during that time. In addition, all route categories except surplus incurred losses between 2018 and 2022. The Auditor General said that it is unclear whether management and the board routinely assess underperforming routes to decide whether to continue or discontinue them. You are an ex officio member of the Cayman Airways board, so we would like to hear from you on whether the Ministry and Department of Tourism's role in what the Ministry and Department of Tourism's role is in assessing route profitability.
Through the chairman, thank you, the member, for the question. So again, myself as chief officer and the director of tourism, Mrs. Rosa Harris, sit on the board of Cayman Airways as ex officio members. We are there to provide that input, the policy direction from the ministry and the marketing expertise from the Department of Tourism. So we are there to hear the route performance, and we advise based on our expertise. Now, as former witnesses have said, it's not always that, again, the profit or loss of a route is what you're looking at. It's the strategic value of it as well. And as well, Mr. Chairman, the loss of a route can be, again, coming back to what we've been discussing across the witnesses, including myself, is the budgeting aspect of it, in terms of if it was funded from an output payment basis, it would show a different result. So we're there to, again, yes, provide our expertise and advice to the board. I think it is a system that works, and it will continue to work. I think a previous witness had talked about, coming out of a profitable route to implement a strategic route because that was better for the country. So again, that happens on occasions, but yes, I do think it works from the ministry perspective, from the department's perspective, in terms of the advising on the route profitability and whether we should stay, build a route, not build a route, given the opportunity cost, as was mentioned by another witness, in terms of what is best value for the country.
Ms. Connolly is indicating to me that, the remaining things there were things that we've already covered before, so we'll skip over that. And we'll get to the final line of questioning now, and that is workforce planning and management. And that is the implementation of Section 47 of the Public Authorities Act. We have Mr. McKeever-Bush scheduled to ask that question. They're the final ones on page 21.
Mr. Chairman, I thought that the Mr. Warren had cleared the air on this question.
It is one which he gave the airline's perspective, but this question is coming now from more with regard to government funding and what the government's views on it in terms of implementing the Section 47 of the Public Authorities Act.
I'm not going to ask that, Mr. Chairman, because I'm not a fool. I know too well what the government position is.
Well, these things are not necessarily about what we may know, so if you're okay, we'll cover it off and I'll ask the question, Mr. Bodden. With regard to government's funding to CAL to implement Section 47 of the Public Authorities Act. And when the government, terms committed to helping them find the funding that they will need in order to comply with the directives from government.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the question. So the Section 47 of the Public Authorities Act is in the first two sections. The first subsection is in relation to the adoption of the civil service salary scales. So Cayman Airways has done that. So that has been complied with. The second one is, as a former witness has said, is reducing the gap between the terms and benefits of Cayman Airways employees and civil servants. So that has also been complied with to an extent. Now, it's not the same parity with the civil service employees, but it has complied because has reduced it. Now, that comes at a cost, Mr. Chairman, and where we know the staff complement of Cayman Airways is, I think it's somewhere around 360, I think is what was the number was talked about. That comes at a increased cost in terms of addressing pension payments and healthcare premium payments. So that has been started. What the task that government has is, again, addressing this across all SAGCs, which is a significant cost, Mr. Chairman. So it has been done with Cayman Airways to an extent, with reducing the gap as per legislation, but from a government perspective, it will be a significant cost to address it across all SAGCs. It is something that will have to be looked at very carefully, very sensitively, in terms of how that is done, whether it's funded partly by government or partly by the SAGC itself, which always government has to be minded in terms of what costs are they increasing to meet these other costs, because what you will do, you'll either reduce other expenditure, which are priorities for the government. I mean, that typically is a no-go, or you either increase revenue, which is impacts the cost of living, or increase debt, which is always something that you want to do for capital as opposed to operating expenses. So none of the options that face government is an easy choice. So I think that has to be done very carefully, very thoughtfully, in terms of how it will be addressed and resolved going forward across all SAGCs. And I think that is what government is wrestling with.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I said I did think that Mr. Worms had addressed this, more or less the same thing. But I can just say this, that the expectations on this law does not meet what government can do. To put it simple, if I was to turn it around, that would have been the question, but I don't need to turn it around. It's unrealistic what that law brings about. It's unrealistic. And what the audit office needs to do is to look at it from that point, not just that the law says that everybody must be equal or equal in comparison to what government is paying. Unrealistic.
Any other questions from members? Okay. Mr. Bowden, I thank you for appearing before the committee this afternoon. Thankful, too, for the candid way in which you've answered the questions of the committee. And you're free to leave at this point in time. And members of the committee, Finance Ministry, and the Auditor General's Office, thank you, too, for your presence here today and for the support that you have rendered to this committee. We are at the conclusion of the hearing today. And so I wish you all a pleasant afternoon and rest of the week. And thank you all again for participating and being here today. Our proceedings are now concluded. Thank you all.